I just got out of the shower. I am really tired. Hi, Skylar. You are first. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo, yo. Sophie looks so happy. She was literally like, wow. Mommy suddenly had so much energy to talk. You must be talking to me. No, I'm not. I'm not talking to you. I'm so sorry, Sophie. I'm so sorry, Sophie. I know you want to play. But I can't play with you right now. I play the chat. Oh, stop. Stop that. No. No. I'm not into biting. Gotta be speed when your Oshi starts streaming. Oh! Okay, you know what? If I had to stream for one person, it would be you, okay? If I had to choose one person to stream for, or if I ever think about quitting my streaming career and I had to like think of reasons to want to stay streaming, you would be on that list of reasons why I should stay streaming. Alright. Oh wow, my internet just went freaking let's kill itself. Okay, it's live, it's live. Okay, I think my internet is back. Alright. Dude, okay, I have tea. I have freaking tea. Please pray for me. Please pray for me! This is like this is so bad. It's actually so bad, and I praise God for discernment, okay? I really thank God for discernment because I feel like I've had my fair share of shitheads and narcissists and assholes. I've had so many people, like I've dealt with so many people that I kind of like my intuition and also like my body, my mind, everything is like in tune to sensing this kind of shit now, okay? And also I've reached a stage in my self-love journey, like I have more respect for myself now. So I don't talk like I have less tolerance for people who are trying to who are nasty people, basically. People who don't have my best interests at heart. Even though they claim to, okay? This is something I had to learn, okay? This is something I'm learning and still learning. Not everyone has your best interests at heart. Wow, I know that sounds like super obvious. It's like, duh, like, yeah, Tiff. But it's like, the thing is, like, I trust people really easily. I assume the good in people. I assume that, you know, people are not bad. I try to go in, like, why would anyone want to fuck with me? Because I'm not fucking with anyone. So, like, you know, you want to assume the good in people, right? No! I had to learn the hard way that that's not the case. That is not the case. And that's not the case especially for people who are praised to be good people or call themselves people who care about you, people of authority who care about you, but you could sense, you could just feel that they don't, you know? And the sad thing is, it's like I want to believe these people who claim to care for me because obviously, like, you want it to be true. You want, like you know, like you want to be cared for, and then people are saying they don't like to care for you, but like for some reason in your gut, in your truest of hearts, you don't trust this person. You do not trust this person. You don't have a good feeling, and even if you can't explicitly say why, you know you don't feel good being around this person, right? Okay, right? And this could be case by case. I came to the understanding that one person who has good vibes of everyone may not have good vibes of you. Does that make them a bad person? No, not necessarily. It could just mean that that person doesn't like you and you should not trust them because your gut is telling you not to trust them, okay? So I feel like I'm speaking in circles. Let me give you guys context, okay? Let me give some context. My leaders in the new church that I'm going to, my not like my pastors or anything, but my immediate like life group leaders, right? They are literally giving me the same responses and the same feelings I felt when I was with my toxic, narcissistic best friend and also my really toxic, narcissistic ex. Okay, very manipulative, okay? They are giving the same energy. I always felt uneasy But I always assumed that the uneasiness was because like I kind of had this gut feeling that they were like intimidated by me or that they were jealous of me. I was someone that they couldn't control, okay? Because I know my word. I know my word and I know God, okay? Like you cannot I'm not that I'm at a stage in my walk where you cannot just tell me like some random bullshit and I will blindly believe you. Like I'm at a stage in my relationship where it's like, huh, if God told you that, let me double check with him. Let me fact check with him because I can hear from God. Let me fact check, you know? Like I know Holy Spirit lives in me, okay? So I think it's kind of and I have a very strong personality, very strong personality. I'm very opinionated, and I feel like I'm pretty good at communicating what I believe and what I think, right? And I don't think that's a good. I don't think they're used to that because a lot of the people in my church and my CG are like new Christians. They're very impressionable. They're very like. They're very baby. They're very baby. I would say they're like, you know, like Yvain or like just baby. They're very baby. They have really good hearts. They're like Jotam, Yvain, you know, like very baby, okay? Very pure faith. And it's very wholesome, and they're learning, they're growing, and they're experiencing and encountering God for themselves. But because they're very baby, they're very like you know, I'm gonna conform. I don't want to stand out because I want to belong. I want to belong because I'm still trying to figure out my identity in God. But the thing is, I've come to a point where like my identity is not determined by community. Even it's not determined by a godly community either. My identity is solely dependent on what God says I am. Because there are so many instances in the Bible where Christians will criticize other Christians. Like the disciples criticize, you know, like, anyways, I could preach a whole sermon on this. But basically, you cannot live for man's approval, even if they are your Christian leaders or Christians in general, okay? Like, you only have to live by God's approval. So, I actually... did I tell you guys a pity party story? Have I told the pity party story yet? Did I tell that story? I can't remember who I told that to. I think I did. I don't think you were part of the stream though. I talked about it 2 streams ago. So, TLDR, I did end up confronting the person who said my situation. Like, because I was grieving my aunt who has breast cancer, right? I confronted her about it and she apologized. But yesterday, she like called me out for something that was really suspicious. I'm actually too mentally exhausted to give the detailed rundown, but I was really disturbed in my spirit, okay? I don't, like, I feel like if you want the detailed rundown, I'm okay with giving it, but I won't retell the story. I'll probably just send the voice messages I sent to my sister. But TLDR, the leader, she took something I said that was innocent and she twisted it into something that was very vile, and she tried to gaslight me and manipulate me. And at first when I was talking to her about it, I thought it was a misunderstanding. I was like, okay, you know, I believe that you can have misunderstandings in relationships, and the point of communication is to work out these misunderstandings, right? But like, the conversation went on for 30 plus minutes and she would not let go, even though I kept explaining my point, and it was very clear that like I was innocent, you know? But she just wanted me, she badly wanted me to admit that I was like this bad person that she had created in her head. And I didn't want to own up to that because I'm not. Okay, so let me give context. I asked these 2 questions. You tell me if this was malicious, okay? I asked in a group because we were having lunch, like dinner together. It was just like, you know, when you hang out after church, you have dinner, you have a meal, and we're just chit-chatting, okay? Basically, this is the context, right? She tells me like, oh, there won't be youth camp next year. And so I said, oh, if there's no, sorry, there will only be youth camp next year. There won't be YA camp. Like only the youth can go for camp next year. So I tell her, oh, if there's only youth camp next year, what's gonna happen to the young adults? How are they going to be fed, right? And then she said, oh, they're gonna go through a discipleship program, and like, so we actually have a sheet to track, like a discipleship sheet to track where everyone is spiritually. So, like, I asked, oh, then is what's shared with like the leaders, like shared, like, let's say I gave her this scenario. I said, if I'm a member and I share something with you, leader one, does that mean the other leaders are gonna know about it? Because she's talking about the sheet, right? Isn't that like a normal line of questioning? Like, anyways, let me just go through the conversation, and then, I asked that question, and then there was a girl that was sitting beside the leader, and she looked really alarmed when she heard my question, and then the leader was like, no, like, no, we only share amongst the cores. Like we won't share with the other leaders. We only share amongst the core leaders. And then I asked, but isn't there a lot of core leaders? Because there's like a lot of core leaders in this church. Like I was like, how? Like what do you mean by core leaders? And then she said, oh no. Like in this CG, there's multiple CGs, by the way. In this CG, there's only 5 core leaders. So I asked, oh, who's the core leaders? It's just normal flow of conversation, right? Anyways, it's so harmless. I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then she even said like, oh, but don't worry, we'll ask for your consent before sharing it with the other leaders, so that, you know, like everything is like PNC, and, you know, we're sharing it not for gossip's sake, but, you know, all that. I was like, yeah, I know that. It's just good to know. Okay, thanks. So then we're moving on, and I asked her, by the way, why does like the CG always end this late? Because CG will always end around 12:30 to 1 a.m. It ends really late. And I will admit, this is one part where I admitted that I was like at fault, because I was really bothered at the fact that CG always ended so late. It always ended around 1 a.m. by the way. I always get home around 1 a.m. The earliest I've seen it end was around 12:30. And even my sisters, when they attended CG, they were so exhausted. I think around the 11:30 mark, they went into the bathroom to just like rest, because they were so exhausted. And so I was asking, like, why does CG always end that late? And they're like, oh, you know, they just want to dive deep into the word, blah blah. So I tell her, oh, but you know, that's not efficient, right? Like even psychology proves that like you can only absorb information for up to 2 hours, and then anything more than 2 hours, it just becomes like mental fatigue. So I said, I made that point, and then she was like, oh, but we're trying our best. I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I said, like, I can't wait to join again. I said we'll see about that, because like I've been talking about, I've brought up the late thing before with her one-on-one, and it wasn't ever addressed. So like I just saw that like there was no change, even though she was saying that. So I was just like, so I just responded like, okay, we'll see. Like if it doesn't end if it doesn't end early, I'm just gonna have to go earlier. I'm probably gonna leave around 11:45-ish, because like 12:30 is just too late. And she was like, yeah. So anyways, the conversation changes, and it's chill, right? Then we move on to like dessert, and then everything's chill. We're just chatting. It's like not a big deal. I didn't even think, by the way, this whole conversation is just like really casual. In my lens, in my view, everything is very casual. Like I'm not picking a fight. I'm just stating my opinions, you know? And then, Sophie, why are you crying? What's up? Oh my gosh. Her head is under my bed. Just whining. Anyway, so we're having dessert. I'm in mid conversation in a big group, right? And then suddenly she comes over to me and she's like, Tiff, can I pull you aside? Like, can I talk to you for a bit? And I'm like, okay, sure. So I go outside of the restaurant, and we end up talking for 30+ minutes, okay? And she was just straight up. She was like, I don't appreciate the fact that you are complaining and sharing negative views about the church in the presence of new people. Like, I understand that you have these opinions, but like, why did you have... Even Sophie's upset for me. Okay, she was like, why did you have to say that in the presence of like a newcomer, or like not even a newcomer, a young Christian? Because remember, there was a girl beside her, right? We'll call the girl beside her Violet. Okay, like Violet is beside you, and like, why would you say that in front of Violet? If you had beef and if you had these feelings, assumptions made about the church, why didn't you just talk to me like in private? This was not appropriate. It was not productive. Like, why did you have to go on and on about how late CG ended and all these things? You are spreading a negative culture, and I need to protect my sheep. Like, what you said was a threat. Like, okay, she didn't say what I said was a threat, but she said like, I need to protect my sheep. Like, what you said threatens the church culture that we're trying to build. Okay, and we're really trying to move towards a movement and blah blah. And I was like, first of all, protect from what? Did I speak blasphemy? Like, what exactly, like, what did I say that was so wrong? And then she was like, the fact about the timing and blah blah. And I was like, yeah, like, but it's true, it's facts, you guys do end late. And she was like, yeah, but you didn't have to say that in front of other people, because now other people are gonna think that we end late. And I'm like, honey, you don't need me to say that it ends late for other people to think that it ends late. Hello? And then she was like, yeah, but right? And then she said, oh my gosh, what did she say? She said this thing. It was oh my gosh, it was so funny. She said, yeah, but you know how people, if you don't point out something negative, they aren't aware of it. But the moment you point it out, suddenly people are more aware of it. That was the example she was giving. She was like, because you said that it's ending late, now people are gonna think, oh, it's ending late, I can leave early. People are gonna start thinking that because of what you said. And I'm like, honey, if people are already thinking that, if people are thinking that because I said that, I'm pretty sure they're already thinking that before I said it. Or like, I'm the only one with guts enough to say it out loud though. You know, and also I told her, like, if they love CG so much and they want to stay late, they will stay late regardless if I complain about the time or not. Like, if they really want to stay, they would stay. What I say is not gonna like make that big of an impact. And she was like, no, your voice is more influential than you think, Tiff. Like, you have a very influential voice, so you have to take responsibility for your context and for your words. And I'm like, look, isn't it better that I'm even voicing it out now instead of just making a statement by leaving early, like just straight up? Like, the reason why I'm even voicing so strongly about the timing is because I don't want to leave midway to CG and be rude. But it's like, I feel like because you guys aren't even making a good enough effort to end on time, not even early, to end on time, like, it's being like, my hand is being forced this way, and it's my leaving is probably gonna make a louder statement than me voicing it out over dinner, okay? And then anyways, we were just talking in circles because she said, but was it productive? Like, is what you're saying productive? Why are you complaining? She kept saying that I was complaining. Okay, I was complaining. I'm like, I asked her, how is it complaining if I'm just stating facts though? Like, it's true that you guys end really late. And I told her, like, I'm sorry if it sounds like complaining. If it sounds like complaining, I will take responsibility for that. You're right. If it is complaining, then yeah. But I feel strongly for this because I believe that time is something that should be valued. Time is something that should be valued, and time is important. Hey, Mango King. Oh, shit. Do I know you, IRL, Mango King? Okay, phew, thank God. Okay. Because, like, some people that know who I'm talking about follows me on Twitch, which was my mistake. I should have never given out my Twitch ID to these people. I made a big oopsie. Skylar says complaining would be something like, more like, oh, this ends so late, I'd rather go home. Mango King says, I just find church drama relatable. This is really bad because I'm gonna continue on with the story because, like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. it's just really bad because I'm just like, girl, like, so she was asking me like, is this productive? Like, is what you said productive? I'm like, yes. Because if I don't voice out how late it is, you guys are gonna continue doing this. Like, you guys have to realize that, like, what you guys are doing, like, there is dissatisfaction, and I'm sorry that I'm voicing it out, but you claim, everyone in this church claims that, oh, it's a safe space. You guys can share whatever you want. You guys can share your heart, okay? This is a safe space. If that is true, then I am sharing what is on my heart, which is the fact that, the matter of the fact is, you guys end really late, and honestly, it's not really safe to be driving back home around 1 a.m., 12:30 a.m., you know? Like, no. And also, like, and then she moved on because, like, she saw that it was, like, a losing battle regarding this conversation. I was not budging on it because I don't think I said anything wrong. Like, maybe the tone... She started... by the way, after she realized that she couldn't budge on that, she couldn't, like, gaslight me into believing that I did something terribly wrong, she started saying, like, but your tone of voice wasn't nice, Tiff. Like, you could have said it better. I said, how else could I have said it better? I just said we needed to, like, what? I didn't, like, curse y'all out. Like, what? How could I have said it better? I asked her, how could I have said it better? She said, oh, you could have, like, pulled me aside in private and told me, like, hey, we end really late. Like, is it blah, blah? And she gave an example. I'm like, girl, I didn't even know you were sensitive about this, okay? So how am I supposed to know? Like, to me, this topic is as casual as, like, asking, hey, what are we gonna eat later for dinner with the church group, okay? Like, it's casual. I'm not gonna... Why would I have it in my mind to pull you... Oh, Nimarjar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tifa fam. Why would I pull you aside and be like, oh my gosh, by the way, let me... Like, this is such a heavy burden on my heart. I need to tell you. Like, no, why would I need to... Like, I don't... What? Like, I'm not that petty, okay? And also, like... Anyway, she started saying, like... She was saying, like... I didn't know you had such a negative assumption of the church. I didn't know you had this negative assumption. I'm like... Is a negative assumption? It's not really assumption. I'm just pointing out facts, bro. I'm not assuming anything. It is what it is. Hello? Thank you, Nay. Hi, nice to meet you. You can call me Nay. Welcome to the stream, Nay. I hope you enjoy just a story time, okay? Ludicrous tomfoolery or delectable sweets? I would take delectable sweets. Hello, Steph. How are you doing, though? I'm gonna be telling a story about some really... I need prayer, okay? Okay, I need prayer. I'm giving the context to why I need prayer. So, by she, I mean, like, the leader, okay? She tells me that she moved on to the next topic because the whole time thing, it was not going anywhere. And so she says, but why did you have to ask the question, like, if we share things amongst the leaders? That means you already have an assumption that we share things amongst the leaders. And then she started saying, you can't bring your previous church hurt into this church, okay? Like, I understand you've been hurt by your previous church, and I had to stop her. I had to stop her, like, literally in her tracks, because I was like, whoa, dude, slow down. I do not have any assumptions of this church based on my previous church's issues, because my previous church never ended late, first off, and my previous church never really had issues with, like, communicating amongst the cores, okay? Like, they're not even big enough to get there, right? And then so she was like, what? And I was like, you're making an assumption that I'm seeing this church from the lens of my previous church, but that is not the case. I am seeing this church because I have personally experienced information I shared with one leader and another leader hinting that they know about that information that I shared with a different person. And then she was like, oh, I didn't realize that. But it's like, bitch, why are you making assumptions and then trying to gaslight me and trying to, like, do you know how manipulative that was? I don't know if you guys could see it. Like, I only could see it when I went home, I was analyzing it. I was really, like, processing. Like, why did I feel so bothered by that conversation? Like, she would sneakily, like, manipulate, like manipulate my words and manipulate and add in these things that weren't true. Like example, like, and but she'll speak about it as if it's true. Like how she was like, you're bringing your past churches, blah blah. Like if I didn't catch that, she was trying to gaslight me or manipulate me, I would have been like, oh, maybe she's right. But it's like, no, I know myself. I am very self-reflective. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm seeing you guys for what you guys are, and I don't like what I'm seeing. So she was saying how, like, you know, your question made Violet lose trust in me. I saw in her face, like, the damage was done. What you said caused a lot of damage. I've been trying so hard to make Violet open up to me. Violet comes from a lot of church hurt, okay? There's a lot of people in this church that have church hurt, Tiff. And what you're saying, when you show negativity towards the church, it's gonna trigger people's church hurt. And then I told her, honey, like, I am responsible for what I say, yes, but I am not responsible for how other people interpret and take my words. You cannot hold me accountable to that, because I am not God. I cannot predict how you're gonna react to what I'm going to say. I cannot predict how the person across from me is gonna, like, I can have mindfulness and tact in what I'm sharing, but what I shared was what I asked, the questions I asked were innocent questions that just came naturally from the flow of our conversation. So I told her, like, I don't think it's fair that you're not giving me grace, because I don't know the context. I don't know that Violet has church hurt. I don't know that Violet lost trust in you. And also, how do you even know that Violet lost trust in you? Did you ask Violet? Like, did Violet tell you that she lost trust in you because of what I said? And then she was like, no, but I could see in her face. And I was like, yeah, but you don't know what Violet is thinking because you're not Violet. And she was like, oh no, I do know, because I journey with Violet. I know what lens Violet is looking at. And that was another thing that was really fucking strange. Like, that really rubbed me the wrong way, because basically you're telling me that because you are journeying and you have relationship with someone, you can assume and act on behalf of someone without confirming if that's truly how they feel and think. Do you see, like, how controlling that is and how fucking manipulative that is? Like, that is so messed up. Like, if I was Violet, I would be pissed off because you are assuming things on my behalf. You are assuming that I've lost trust in you just because my facial reaction was a bit surprised. That's really bold. Okay, that's really, really bold. So, unfortunately, I only noticed that after, so I wasn't able to point that out. But remember how she kept asking me, like, what I asked? She was saying, like, what I asked was not productive because it didn't grow the group. And I said, no, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Mango says, journey with her, beware of who you travel with. Exactly. So, I told her, I disagree with that, because I believe that if you want to prove yourself as a trustworthy and safe church, then we should be able to have difficult conversations in the midst of our members if it comes up, and how you address it will tell the members who are witnessing this conversation whether or not you are trustworthy. Okay? Like, trust isn't determined by what other people say. Okay, this is not, I didn't phrase it like that, but basically what I was saying was, your trust, like, Violet's trust in you is a relationship between you and Violet, right? You are trying to hold me accountable for Violet's trust in you. How does that make fucking sense? How does that make sense? My relationship with you is my relationship with you. If I was going out there and, like, spreading shit, like telling Violet, like, hey, you know, like, this leader, she's, like, you know, an asshole, blah, 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 then I will agree that, like, yes, I am getting in between and I am trying to, like, sow discord. But, like, me having a conversation with you that triggered you, you're trying to say that, like, she basically, like, her whole pretext of having this conversation is she needs to protect her sheep. She needs to protect Violet. She needs to protect Violet from me. I'm like, what the, like, I asked her, like, what did I do that was so bad that she needs protection from? Did I say something blasphemous? Like, what is it? You're saying that you need to protect your sheep, but from what? Like, why are you villainizing me? I asked her, why are you villainizing me? And what did I do that was so blasphemous and wrong to warrant this? And then she said, oh no, you're not saying anything blasphemous, but you have a negative view of the church, which is really dangerous, and it's going against the culture we're trying to build in this church. And so I said, okay, so what I'm getting at here is I am not allowed to talk about the church or the issues I have with the church in the presence of other people. I should only talk about it one-on-one with you or the leaders. Am I correct? Okay? And then she said, oh no, I don't want it to be a taboo. I don't want it to be a taboo subject. Like, it shouldn't be a taboo, but you know. Like, you see all the replies? All the replies are like, it's very like really I can't use any other word except manipulative. I can't think of any other word to use except for that, because you're saying one thing, but the way you're responding is completely opposite of that. You're saying this is a safe space to share, but the fact that you're calling me out in the like, by the way, she didn't like pull me when like no one was. She pulled me when I was in the middle of conversation with 5 other people. So everyone saw me leave, so everyone knows I'm having like a serious conversation with her. So it's like, hello, like you're telling me that it should be a safe space, but look at what you did. You publicly humiliated me, and now you're calling me out for something that does it warrant calling out? I want you guys to tell me. I'm okay with being, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will admit it. I will repent. I'm okay with being wrong. But I want to know you guys, your thoughts, like, is what I said so wrong that it warranted that kind of behavior? Like, we were out there for 30 plus minutes. We had like 3 different solicitors come to us and try to beg us for money. But we were in such a heated conversation that even the solicitors were like, oh, I'm gonna fuck off because they look like they're about to throw hands, alright? But yeah, she was trying to shame me. She was trying to shame me. Mingo says, I think she expected you to react ashamed of yourself, which goes back to just knowing yourself, and that's not who you are. Exactly. And that's why I'm such a threat to these leaders, because it's like, I know who I am. I know who I'm not. I know what I'm trying to say. So I told her, like, you know it's not my intention. Like I asked her, did you think that I asked those questions in the presence of Violet intentionally to make Violet stumble? Like, do you really think that what I asked, the questions I asked, is gonna magically make Violet go, I don't want to attend this church anymore? Right? Thank you for the lurk, Jet. Have a good lurk. Bye-bye. Skylar says, they just wanted their way, and to be honest, just to say you're wrong even though you're not. That's the worst fucking part about this whole conversation. I think 25 minutes in, I got so exhausted talking in circles. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna apologize. Because but I didn't apologize for being wrong. I apologize for this. I said, look, I cannot promise you that I am not gonna trigger anyone else, okay? But I can assure you that since you're bringing this up with me and you are so concerned about how other members are gonna think or react to what I say, then I can at least promise to make an effort to only talk about my controversial opinions with the church behind closed doors. Is that okay? Is that alright with you? And I said, I'm sorry if I caused you unnecessary stress because of what I said that made Violet feel whatever, you know, like, anyways, like, the whole apology, like, you know what, I mean my apology, like, I do feel bad for her that, like, she was so stressed out by what I said, but at the same time I feel like clown music was playing in the background because this whole conversation I was so done. I'm so done. I'm just like, girl, and that whole conversation sealed the fucking deal for me, okay? Because, by the way, she's the one that called me out. She's the leader, right? I was the one that had to own up, be the bigger person, apologize. She didn't apologize for the freaking emotional distress and all this unnecessary bullshit that she put me through. I feel like it's so unnecessary. I'm like, oh, do you really want to invest your energy? You really want to invest your energy and your time to talk about this? Because you're scared that, like, what I'm sharing is going to make other people think, like, hey, this church is kind of culty. Look, people already think that, okay? If I'm saying it out loud and it just confirms what everyone is thinking, alright? Like I don't understand, like whatever. Anyways, I do admit and acknowledge that I am an influential person. She did say that. She was like, Tiff, you know, even though you're not a leader, you're very influential. And I was like, thank you. I know, I'm aware. And I think that's why they don't want to make me a leader. Like, I think there's a lot of members that told me that, like, Tiff, like I think you're gonna be like a powerful leader in this church. And I'm like, fuck that. No thanks. No thanks. Because I do not feel peace about that. Which is really weird because I love people. I love the church. And I love God. But I do not feel peace in being with these people. Like not the members, but like the leaders, because they have this really controlling, it's a very controlling spirit. It's really, really controlling. Like every time they check up on me, usually when people check up on me, I'm like flattered. I'm like, oh my gosh, like let's catch up, you know, let's grab tea. But like with these people, when they catch up on me, I feel like I'm getting like that feeling where it's like, don't tell them too much. You gotta be careful with what you tell them, Tiff. Don't tell them too much. And it's really weird because I trust people really easily. I think if Esther's in this chat, Esther would know like Tiff trusts people way too easily. I do. It's a problem. Okay, it's my red flag. That's why narcissists love me. But so that whole thing happened, and I had to be the one to like just close the conversation. I remember like I reached out and I gave her a hug. I gave her a hug and I was like, you know what, thank you for having this conversation with me and for giving me feedback. You know, I'll try my best, you know, like you know, I have a lot to learn. And I told her like, you know, like please give me some grace because I was not aware that this was a sensitive topic. But now that you have brought it to my attention, I will be more careful and wary to not voice out these opinions. And again, she went back on like, no, we're not trying to silence you, Tiff. Like, I don't want to make you feel like you're being silenced. And I'm like, you know, that the lingo and the way things were said and presented was very, very similar to how my ex would talk to me. Not like normie, like my toxic ex, okay? I used to date a really toxic ex, and I had a really toxic best friend who would constantly like manipulate me and victim and just make me feel shame. They will always make me feel ashamed and make me feel like what I said and what I did was wrong, even though like I know that like I never meant to hurt them, but they took it as like hurt. And then like they would force me, like they would dominate me with their words and emotionally just dominate and exhaust me and wear me down until I have no choice but to apologize. Did anyone take your side? This happened one-on-one, so like everyone was pulled aside. Like she pulled me aside in the midst of everyone and talked to me about this. So no one in the group knows that we even have this conversation, but I know she talked to the leaders about it because she only had this conversation with me because the leaders like encouraged her to like remember I said like there's cores, right? The cores encouraged her to talk to me. So everyone in the leaders in the cores know and is probably on her side, but no one knows my side of the story. Like no one in that group, in that church, no one knows that side, and I do not feel safe with sharing it to anyone because it's so okay. It's sad to say, but I feel like the reason why a lot of people don't like Violet. I'm just gonna talk about Violet. I have a relationship with Violet, by the way. I'm very close to Violet. I think we're really good friends, which is why I thought it was funny when the leader was saying like, you know, I worked really hard to get Violet's trust, and I'm like, you know, if you're trustworthy, people will trust you. If people don't trust you, there's a reason for it. And then she was like, oh no, she doesn't trust me because of her church hurt. Like her church hurt makes it hard to trust people. And I'm like, but that sounds like an excuse. That doesn't, like, you know, like do you see where like it's kind of weird because it's like you're trying to blame and assume something about someone instead of just taking a good look at yourself and acknowledging that like maybe you are the problem, right? Because like she trusts me and I'm not her leader. I just met her a few months ago, but she trusts me. And both me and Violet, we do agree that like the church gives a bit of a culty vibe, okay? And it's not just her. A lot of people have this opinion, but people don't have the guts to talk about it, okay? Like I said, I'm confident. I know who I am. I'm not ashamed to talk about what I believe in, okay? If I think your church is culty, I'm gonna call you for it, alright? Like, but obviously, I'm not gonna shit on the church because I love the church too. I'm not gonna be like, hey, y'all being like a cult. No, I never even used the word cult with the people there, alright? So, TLDR. Where was I going with this? Why was I talking about this again? TLDR. I had a moment to process and sit with everything. I came to realize that like the reason why I don't trust these people is because they are doing the same patterns like toxic people in my life have done to me. Like they would make assumptions on what you say and then make you feel bad, but it's not even like what you said or what you did, but it's what you said and what you did that made other people feel a certain way. But this is not confirming how other people are feeling. They're making you take responsibility for how other people are receiving what you're saying and doing. Which is, again, ridiculous because it's like you are responsible for how you want to interpret what other people say. And I just think it's like really crazy. Like, how could you... Like, that's like saying like, oh my gosh, Tiff, you're ranting about this right now. Like, think about how Skylar would feel. Like, what you're saying, it could be making Skylar so distressed. You're making other people think that the church is so evil, and like, what are they gonna think of the church now? Like, you're being such a bad person. You're being such a bad Christian. Cause like, you're supposed to be protecting the church and loving on the church. Like, what you're doing is not loving. And I'm like, I believe speaking in truth is part of love, though. I think that, you know, like, love rejoices in truth. And Mango says, surely any unbiased or rational person would take your side. I do agree with that. But I think that, like, there's this culture in this church where people don't want to speak up against the authority because the authority is they're seen almost like a connection or bridge to God, and that's where I found it dangerous and culty, because it's like only God is God. I do respect authority. I do believe in the leadership that God has appointed. But I also believe that, like, if you have a relationship with God, you will know better too. And it doesn't matter if you have a title or you don't have a title in church. Your voice matters. And your relationship with God matters. You don't need a status in church for what you believe in and what you feel to matter and to be validated. Mango says, is truth a feeling? At the very least, I feel that lies trigger a feeling in me that I can't agree with. Is truth a feeling? I don't think truth is a feeling. Truth is the truth, right? Like, it doesn't matter how you feel about it. If it's reality, it's reality. Like, if you guys are ending late, it's ending late. Like, it doesn't matter how you feel. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, see, this is my issue with the whole conversation. Like, you're saying that, like, I should feel bad for asking these questions, but what I asked was never... She kept saying that I was implying bad things about the church. She kept saying that, like, you're, like, implicating the church. You're making really bad, like, you know? And I said, no, I'm just stating facts, though. It's true that you guys end late. This is not an assumption. I'm not trying to apply anything. This is just the reality of the matter. And the question I asked, I asked the question, like, do the leaders, like, if I share one thing with one leader, do the other leaders know? She was like, why would you ask that question? You're implying that this church is not a safe place for people to share things. And I'm like, I'm not implying that. I'm asking if that's true or not, because you're talking about a sheet. You're talking about a tracker, a sheet tracker, where you track other people's spiritual growth. So, like, if you're saying there's a sheet and the leaders have access to the sheet, then doesn't mean the leaders have access to the information that people are sharing? Right? Isn't this like a common line of thinking and questioning? Like, and it's not even an implication. It's like, I want to know if that is the case. And the thing is, she reluctantly had to agree, like, admit that yes, it was shared amongst the course, and I think that was the bad thing. That was the thing that made her, like really feel bad, because she had to admit that, like, yeah, it is shared with the course. It's not just like one person. I mean, I will say that she did damage control, and she did use the word damage control. She said, I had to damage control it because I had to ask you, like, do you mean like if it's in this church or like, you know, the previous church? And she kept trying to imply, or like she just kept trying to basically like paint me in this really wounded light. You know, like really paint me in this, like, you know, you come from church hurt, so you must be seeing things from like a very broken lens. And I'm like, no, I don't think I am. No, I don't think so. No, I disagree with that. So it's like again, I think the manipulative part is the fact that like you are making assumptions, not just about me, but also on other people's behalf, and you're acting and talking about it as if it's reality. And then to make matters worse, so basically after this whole conversation happened, I prayed about it with my sister, and we talked about it, and I was processing it, and we came to the conclusion that it is okay to love people, but loving people doesn't mean trusting them. And that was, you know, that seems pretty obvious, but that wasn't obvious to me for some reason. Like, I was really distressed, chat. I think to this, I'm still a bit distressed because it's still very fresh. But I was really distressed because I'm like, these are people who have authority over me. These are my leaders. Even though they're my age, they're the same age as me. They still have like a status or a position above me where they could, you know, have influence over me, you know. So my sister told me like, no, Tiff, you trust God, love people, not the other way around. Like, and she was giving this analogy, and I love this analogy. She was saying how a lot of people, they're supposed to trust God, love people, use money. But I think a lot of people in the world, they get it mixed up. They end up loving money, trusting people, using God. Okay? And so she told me, you are called to love your leaders, okay? You love on this difficult person. But you don't have to trust her. Did God tell you that you have to trust her? I was like, no. If anything, everything in my being is telling me, don't trust this person. Like, this person is not safe. She, like, not just her, but like her and this other person, they trigger my my immune system. Like they trigger my nervous system in a way where I am on guard. Like I am more stressed when I am around them or talking to them, because like, and it's not even voluntarily. It's like an involuntarily like nervous system reaction to someone that my brain subconsciously or like deems as dangerous, okay, or not trustworthy. And that was the thing that was really like really hard for me to wrestle and come to terms with, because I want to trust them. Like, in my head, I want to trust my leaders. Like, why wouldn't you want to trust your leaders? You want to trust your friends. Like that in the ideal world, in the ideal church, I would want to trust everyone and get along with everyone and kumbaya and, you know, just be, you know, holding hands and forming circles and dancing the hula hoop. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to be living in peace and joy of everyone. But deep down, it's like, I know I can't. Like, my gut is telling me, don't trust, you cannot. And so, after I had the conversation with my sister, I had a lot of peace when I was told that I don't have to trust her. She was like, you don't have to trust the people you don't want to trust. If your body, if everything your being is telling you don't trust them, don't force yourself to trust them. Listen to your body. Listen to what your intuition is telling you, right? Kong says the sad reality is that in the end, humans are just flawed. They are, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve love. I deserve. I believe that like this person, even though she did me so dirty and she did trigger a lot of my trauma, she still deserves respect. She still deserves love. Okay, she isn't even aware that what she's doing. That what she's doing is like the reason why people don't trust her is because of what she's doing. I don't think they're able to take that level of accountability where they could really see themselves as a problem. They could see it but not fully, you know. It's like maybe a fragment. So it's really tough, and I think this is the scary thing, right? So I'm gonna tell you guys something that was really scary. This is why I'm asking for prayer. After I came to the conclusion I don't have to trust him, I felt peace about it. I felt peace, and I was like, you know what, I could love on her, I don't have to trust her. During work today at work, I got like really long messages from both the two leaders that I was the most suspicious about. The two leaders that I feel the most like I don't trust them the most. They reached out to me and they asked me to have lunch together. They wanted to get to know me. They wanted to get to know me more. Let me read the message out loud. Sorry, I had to reply to the text. Oh, how wonderful. Lunch. It'll be the longest lunches of your... No, I was like, no. Basically, they asked me, hey, I know you're not a texter, but just want to say thank you for the candid conversation we had, and I get you for wanting our group to grow and to improve. But do also give grace as we grow in a way that allows God to move and in accordance with His direction for our group in a particular season as we journey together as a whole. There's two leaders, okay? So I'm gonna call the girl Sandra. I'm gonna call the guy Ben, okay? Sandra and Ben. She said, Ben and I would want to fix a catch up with you and get to know you more. Would you be okay if we create a group just for the three of us for easier comms? And so I reply, no, of course, no one is perfect, so I'm fully aware of the grace required to journey and love on people with God. I'm okay with catching up, but I'll prefer to do it in a bigger group or one-on-one. I don't think I'm comfortable with catching up with just you and Ben since I don't know you two very well, and frankly, I don't want to feel like I'm being ganged up on. I think I messed up with the last part, but that the thing is, I'm too honest. I feel my face has subtitles, chat. Okay, my face has subtitles. I could be like, yeah, I agree with you, but my face can will tell you everything you need to know. It's really bad. So I was too honest. I messed up there, but you know what? I felt like I had to include it because that's how I felt. Okay. Kong says the irony is that even as an atheist, I acknowledge everything you're saying is agreeable. Thank you. Thank you. And then so she replies, Ben wants to get to know you more as a leader, and I'm only there because I'm there because I'm the only female core leader. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kong. Thank you. And then she said, it's not necessary to involve the other cores as they don't personally journey with you. Like you said, we want to keep things personal if you're uncomfortable with more leaders knowing without your consent. It's not to gang up on you. It's to spend time with you and get to know you more as a person. What's your background, experiences, how God has moved in your life, etc. Ultimately, you're part of this community, and we usually do these one-on-ones to get to know our members more, see their heart for God. By the way, we've been wanting to schedule this for quite a while after you've been a regular. Like, I've been a regular for months now, okay? And all of a sudden, they want to reach out to me. Like, all of a sudden, like it's like you had a lot of opportunities. Like, why are you only reaching out to me after I proved to be a threat, okay? she said, I know the timeline of things seems sus after what happened, but it's not that. So it's like she knows it sounds sus. Like she knows, she already predicted how I would think and feel. And she said, we also want to explore more what burdens you have with God's people and how his assignment is for you and how we can help you in this. Not to say it's SOP, but we do this with some others as well, and it's been really fruitful because we get to see how they're doing, growing in God. Because this group is, just to assure you, is not a gang up moment. And I found it really interesting how she used the word, it's not SOP. Like, not to say it's SOP, but like, do you see how like the energy and the tone is kind of implying that like you kind of have to say yes to us, like you have to agree to us to lunch with us, because I think she can tell that I want to say no. Like I not even I want to say no. I said no. I said no. I was like, I'm not comfortable. I don't wanna be getting that bond, okay? I'm not. This is not the threesome I'm looking for. The threesome I care about is the Holy Spirit, God, and Jesus, alright? Skylar says, not to say it's compulsory, but it is. Exactly. Sign the contract! You signed the contract! I'm like, calm down, chill out, please. Standard operating procedure, meaning it's normal. Yep. Yep, that's SOP. Hey Goa, welcome to the stream. Okay, so TLDR for those who just joined in, I have to deal with like a very manipulative leaders, okay? Anyway, so I told her, I think I've already shared with both of you what's been going on recently, so I don't really have anything else to update on. Because they're saying like, they want to get to know me better, right? I'm like, I'm pretty candid when in person. Like, if you see me in person, I'm candid. Like, I literally update them on what I feel is safe to update on, which is like stuff regarding like my aunt having breast cancer. That's already super personal. Like, I don't know how much more personal you want me to get. Like, do you need me to tell you the color of my underwear? Like, do you need me to tell you what time I wake up and go to sleep? Like, what more? What do you want to know? Like, like why do we have to go out for lunch to talk about me when you see me 2 times a week? You see me 2 times a week. Like, why? You have the opportunity to just come up and talk to me, because I, like, by the way, I like sit alone in church, so it's like it's not hard to just like sit beside me and talk to me if you really want to get to know me. And I'm really open. Like, I'm a really friendly person. I think Skylar, who knows me IRL, would know that like I'm not like, I'm pretty chill. Anyway, so then she responds. Understand, smiley face. Although it's not so much just updating, but actually, it's just to get to know you more. A catch-up is not to talk about issues, although it is open to that. It's just a time we can give focus and attention to you as a member and to build a relationship. When we were talking yesterday, there were many instances where there were assumptions on both ends. And mainly it's because we didn't get a chance to understand either sides of the story. Having said that, it's something that is open to you and we don't want to force you into doing anything as well. Just hope that you're clear on the why behind we do this for. Community is what we fight for. The option is for you to take up any time you want. And I'm like, look, there's ample opportunities for you guys to get to know me, so I'm sure over time y'all will. And she's like, can, of course. End of conversation. This is with Sandra, okay? Let me tell you let me read the text with Ben. The text with Ben is scary, okay? Ben suddenly texted me out of the blue. By the way, wanted to ask, how are you feeling now? Do you still not feel accepted or safe in the community? Because noticed you were sitting alone again yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh! I don't want to reply to this! I don't feel safe, to be honest. Like, I think you know the answer. Why? Like, you want me to just be like, yes. Like, I literally didn't even reply because I was like, I don't feel safe. My body, literally, like, I don't, like, again, I'm very honest. I would tell, you ask me anything, I will answer it, okay? But I did not physically, emotionally feel safe enough to answer. Like, I couldn't even answer, yeah, it's true. Mango King says, no escape, we are prepared for any move you make. Ben speaks as if he's actively holding you at gunpoint. Sandra really give me like, oh my gosh, they remind me of my toxic best friend and my toxic ex. I cannot. It's giving manipulative. It's giving gaslight, gatekeep, you know, girl boss. They are doing all the 3Gs on me, okay? It's so scary. Jan, they're my leaders. I want to cry. Oh my gosh. I did end up replying. I did say, I'm okay. Thanks for checking in. I couldn't even like tell the truth because that's how unsafe I felt. Like I couldn't just be like, yeah, I don't trust nobody here. But it's also not the complete truth if I were to answer that. I trust the members. There's a lot of members that I trust. There's a lot of people that I care about and I love on. But it's just like the leaders, like particular leaders, not all the leaders, but like majority of the leaders, I don't really trust because I this is my opinion, okay? I sense that they have a controlling spirit, okay? Like I feel like they want to control people and they puppet people and they are playing chess with conversations. They are predicting what you are gonna say and how you're gonna feel, and I think that's dangerous because yes, it's good to have mindfulness and tact, but I think when you come to a point where you are holding people like to certain, like you are expecting certain responses from people, and when people don't respond the way you want them to respond, you punish them. You're punishing them for not behaving or performing the way you want them to perform. But you're preaching, you're sharing and you're preaching and you're advocating for a true and genuine relationships. You're saying we fight for community, we fight for belonging, we want you to feel belong. And I told her, remember how during our conversation in person, she said that she didn't want to suppress my voice. Like she said it's not her intention to suppress my voice. And I said, I thought it was really funny she said that, because I was thinking, if that's the case, why are we having this conversation? This whole conversation started out because you wanted me to take responsibility of what I'm saying in front of people. You're trying to hold me accountable for how I made Violet feel. So you are saying one thing, but you don't mean it. You're manipulative. You are manipulative. Like you are saying like, I don't want to suppress your voice. You have a voice. Like we're not asking you to conform. Like you know, community and unity is not about conformity. But it's like you're saying all these things, but like you're not embodying it. I don't see it lived out. I don't see. Like I don't see. Like I hear the talk, but I don't care about the talk if I don't see the walk. Kong says the girl is kind of hinting at it. Ben's just saying, do you do it if you want to live? Kong says they're manipulators, horrible ones at that. I think the thing is like, if you are young, okay? And I say young, I mean like, when I say the word young, I don't just mean young in age. I mean, if you are vulnerable and insecure, if you are an insecure person, it is so easy to listen to them because they're so loving. Like these two people, they're so well loved in their church. They are so charismatic. They hold really. What's my dog doing? Hold up. Like they because they have this position of influence, like you want to believe what they're saying. Like I think normal human nature is you want to listen to your teacher, right? You want to trust your doctors. You want to trust your leaders. Like to not trust your leaders goes against what your mind is telling you to do. But like that's only if you're like insecure and you don't have you don't have a full understanding of who you are. And stop scratching me. Why are you scratching me, baby? What is it? What do you want? You wanna go outside? You go outside? My dog is like clawing on my legs. What do you want? Hi. You wanna come out? Come here. Come here, Stinky. I got you. I got Stinky Puppy in my lap now. Yeah. Anyway, see, yeah, TLDR is I think I have a target on my back. I genuinely feel like I have a target on my back now. I think that like they're going to make more effort to try to either silence me, because this is what manipulators do. But and by the way, it's like it's not rational for me to have this kind of fear. Like I'm not a paranoid person. I don't think this way normally. But the fact that I'm thinking this way is kind of like, I think like God is trying to mentally prepare me and warn me for what's to come, which is really sad. It's really sad. I don't. It's. My sister did ask me like, why are you still in this church then? Why don't you leave? And I'll tell you guys why I haven't left. I haven't left because I haven't gotten the peace to leave yet, and also like, I don't know why God keeps using me to connect with people who feel broken and unsafe, but they don't feel safe enough to talk to like Sandra and Ben and other leaders about it. But for some reason they would find, you know, like a kindred spirit in me, and they would open up to me. Okay, so just yesterday I met this girl, and she opened up about how like she doesn't have a job, and she only has like 800 euros in her bank, and she really needs a job. And I asked her, oh, what do you do? Like, what kind of job are you looking for? And she was like, oh, wellness, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, I actually have a friend who just opened up a gym. Do you have a resume? Like, if you send me your resume, and I could refer you to him, okay? But I can't promise you that you'll get the job, but I can promise that I could help you get a referral since you really want a job. And she was like, yeah, sure. I sent her the referral. She's literally going for an interview like tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, she's going for an interview. So it's like, this is just one example of like little ways God is using me. I just met this girl, by the way. I literally just met her, and like God has allowed me to like used me to connect her to people who can help her with her situation, right? And I don't know if she'll get the job. If she gets the job, awesome. If she doesn't get the job, like whatever. But these are just one of the many stories where like God is just using me to connect to people who really need it, you know? And I don't, and I think that's one of the reasons why, like I'm not called to leave yet. And it's just tough. It's just tough because I feel like I'm like, not to say undercover, I feel like you know, like when Jesus, the Pharisees were not liking Jesus. They're like Jesus, you ain't doing things the way we're doing these. We don't like you. That's how I feel. I'm not trying to say I'm Jesus. I am not Jesus, okay? But I kind of feel like the church expects me to behave a certain way. And I feel like I need to find a balance. I need to find a balance where I am just, I'm true to myself and what I need to do, but also I'm not so controversial that the church feels like they need to excommunicate me. Okay? Because I don't think they would excommunicate me because I'm not blasphemous. She did tell me that during our conversation, because I did ask her like, what did I do that was so like terrible that you need to protect your sheep from? She said, oh no, you're not blasphemous. Like, you have a very good, you're very sound in your word. Like, you're very solid. I'm like, yeah, thank you for acknowledging that. Like, yeah. And then, so again, the whole thing is still weird to me because it's like, I don't know. Let me catch up with chat though. Steph says, I've never met you IRL, but as long as you're not putting on an act for online, I can tell you have a very kind heart and you try your best to do what you think is right. I do try. I don't know about the kind heart part, but I try. Mango King says, no escape. We are prepared for any move you make. I think that's what's happening though. I feel like there's gonna be like a mental, emotional, spiritual war, and I'm just like, why? Why are we fighting, guys? We are on the same side. We are on the same side. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Skyler says she's literally the exact same online and offline. It's almost funny. Kong says the girl is kind of hinting at it. Yeah, I read this one. Koa says start cutting them off from information they want, telling them no and not telling them as much. That's the thing. Hey Soul, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the first time chat. I actually told them no before, and they... Okay, this is the reason why I don't trust Ben. I'll tell you the reason why I don't trust Ben. There was one time I shared something with Ben, but I didn't share the name. Like even now, even though like I'm streaming, I don't share the real names of the people that I'm talking about, right? Because this is just what I feel is right. This is like I want to honor people this way, okay? So I told him that I was upset by something someone said, and I said I didn't want to say who it was because I want to address it with the person. And then Ben was like, who? You have to tell me who it is. And he started accusing people. He started saying like for example, he was like, is it Mango King? Is it Skylar? You know, like, is it one of them? And I'm like, no, it's not them. Like, they are the sweetest people. They would no. And then like, but Ben was already ready to like crucify, witch hunt. Like the energy that was being given was like, I'm ready to witch hunt these people that I have an assumption on, and that's why I don't trust Ben. I don't trust Ben. But the thing is, the moment I told Ben who it was, the one who triggered me was Sandra, by the way. Sandra was the one that triggered me. The moment I told Ben that it was Sandra, because I only told Ben it was Sandra because I didn't want him to assume that it was someone who it isn't. Hi Esther! Esther, I have to learn not to trust people. It's so tough. It's so tough. I hate this. Anyways, Ben gaslit me. Like, Ben straight up gaslit me. Ben was like, oh, did she say that? How come I didn't hear her say that? Like, I can't believe... There's no way she said that. Maybe she was talking to someone else. Like, she wasn't talking to you. I was like, bro, that doesn't make sense. She was talking to me. And I told him, like, why would I get upset over something that wasn't said? Like, do you think I have so much free time that I'm making up conversations? Like, I'm making up things to be upset about? Like, who has the energy and time for that? And anyways, Ben was like, oh, I'll talk to Sandra about it. And I'm like, no! I told him, like, straight up, no! Like, I wanted to talk to Sandra about this. This matter is between me and Sandra. Like, why are you trying to get involved? Like, this is why I didn't want to tell you who it was. Because I wanted to talk to Sandra myself. And I don't want you getting involved in it. And he was like, oh, okay, but like, it's a super serious matter. I need to talk to her about it. I'm like, no, you can talk to her about it after I'm done, okay? Let me talk to her first. So, that's the whole reason why I don't trust Ben, okay? Like, after that whole conversation with Ben, I was like, you know what? Ben is a gaslighter. And Ben sus. Okay, anyways, yeah. So... Skylar says, there are people there who still need you, it seems, apparently. Kong says, what those two are doing is essentially a variation of the way a senior would turn a junior who looks up to them into a workhorse. You're right! Actually, no, you're right, Kong. That is the case. Esther says, you shouldn't trust people, Tiff, especially someone whom you never met and live overseas. Okay, yeah, no, you make a fair point. But see, this is what I mean. I trust people too easily. I trust people really easily. So, like, if... Sophie! Gosh! My dog bit my thigh! Like, she bit my inner thigh! Dude, you're a pervert! Why are you biting there? You're a pervert! Yeah, I trust people too easily. So, like, if I don't trust you, it's not because, like, oh my gosh, Tiff is so traumatized. Like, you know, Tiff was hurt by people. She trusted people and they betrayed her, and that's why she's, like, you know, not trusting us. No, it's not. That's not the reason. I don't trust you because you're not trustworthy. It's that simple. Yeah, Tiff doesn't trust us because she has a lot of church hurt. I'm like, no, I've actually processed my church hurt and I've fully healed from my church hurt. I love my church. Yeah. Skylar says, is Fifi okay? She seems energetic. Yeah, she's fine, but she keeps farting. Her farts are really stinky. Kola says, it's not that you shouldn't trust people, but trust people until you find out you can't. for instance, if someone comes up to you and they really need money for help, give it to them. But if they never make an effort to pay you back, don't go looking for them and making a big scene about it. Just don't lend them money again. Same thing with liars and other toxic people. That's the thing. It's like, I don't want to get close to these people. But remember how like they're trying to make it an SOP to get to know me though. I mean, it's not a SOP, quotation marks. It's not a SOP, but they're trying to journey with their members to track your spiritual growth and what God has placed on your heart. I'm like, wow, you have a lot of time. Like, shouldn't you be working on what God placed on your heart? Like, I feel like I have so much on my plate. Like, I don't even have time to be thinking about what other people have on their plate. Like, not to say I don't care about other people, but it's like, what God is doing with me is between me and God. Like, sure, I could share some insight, but like, I don't. Why should I need to report to you on that? Isn't that so weird? That's like if I were to have a boyfriend, for example. If I were to have a boyfriend, I need to report to like my boss about my boyfriend. Like, that's kind of the energy I'm getting. It's like, but it's like they like, let's say like they know my boyfriend too. It's like, why do you need to know what goes on between me and my boyfriend? Like you can know the surface stuff, but like, why do you need to know the nitty gritty stuff? If you're my friend, then wouldn't that come naturally? If you're my friend, you're someone who cares for me, that would come naturally. I wouldn't have to feel obligated or forced to tell you. I would willingly want to tell you because I know you got my back. I know you will pray for me and support me. But like, if I'm not doing that, there's a logical explanation and reason for it. And it's not just, oh, church hurt. Like, come on. Please, for the love of God, take responsibility for your own actions and your own behavior. Cola says, haha, reply with, yeah, we should do that sometime. Then every time they suggest, say you're busy forever. Honestly, yeah, I was kind of thinking that, but I don't... See, my problem is I'm too honest. Like, I feel like I don't want to lie. I didn't... Like, I actually considered... I actually told them... Like, I did text her, like, yeah, maybe we could do a lunch. And I was planning to cancel on her. But then I feel like, no, that compromises my integrity. So I deleted the message. And I just sent her the message where I just said, like, you could just get to know me, like, in general, you know? Like, you'll get to know me over time. And, because I don't want to make empty promises. Like, I want to have some level of integrity and mean what I say. Kong says, come up with the dumbest excuses possible that they give up. My dumb excuse so far, which is amazing, my current excuse is, you'll get to know me in church. You'll get to know me. I'm very open. Like, if you want to get to know me, you could get to know me. Like, you could literally just talk to me, and I would talk to you. You know? But, you see, the problem is, I don't want them to talk to me. Do not talk to me. Do not, for these particular, Ben and Sandra in particular, do not talk to me. Don't. Like, I'm praying, this is my prayer. This is my prayer request, okay, chat? This is my confession. Please pray that God protect me from toxic, manipulative people. I don't even want to give them the time of day. I'm so sorry. I am a young adult who I want to give my limited time to people I care about and love. I don't want to waste it on people who are just gonna rob me of my peace and joy. Like, literally, they make me stressed out. They make me more stressed out than my work. I didn't even know it's possible to be more stressed out than my work, because my work is kind of like, eh. But like, I don't want, like, logically, like, it's just common sense. Why would I want to spend time with people that don't make me feel good? I don't enjoy spending time with you, so I don't want to spend time with you. And then, like, I feel like I can't say this to their face, because then they're gonna be like, why though? Like, we care for you though. We love on you. Like, don't you think you're speaking from your trauma? Like, why aren't you giving us a chance? Like, how can we grow with you and journey with you if you're not giving us the chance to? I'm like, I could grow without you. I don't need you to grow me. Like, there's other people in my life that I'm journeying with, you know? Like, you're Why are you trying to savior complex your way into my life? Like, you're not my God. My God is my God. You are not my God. Praise. Kola says, well, if you want to always be 100% honest, you just gotta tell them you don't see the meeting as fruitful and necessary to your walk with God. I feel like I can't say that. I think that if I say that, so thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tube, fam. I feel like if I say that, they're gonna spiritually nuke me. Dude, I can already predict. This is me being an asshole because I'm kind of doing what they're doing, but I feel like they would probably pray prayers like, you know, open up Tiffany's heart, God, like just change her heart. It's like, because I've heard them pray prayers like that before. They've literally prayed prayers like that over me before, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you, like, why are you praying that over me? Why do you, like, what? I remember there's one time Sandra prayed for me to have, like, she started praying that, like, oh God, I could tell that Tiff is very distracted. Like, she has a lot on her mind. And by the way, there was nothing, I was not distracted. I was like chill. I was like normal. And then she just started speaking things that didn't exist. She was just like, yeah, I pray that you'll give Tiff peace. And like, just help her to stay focused on you and blah blah. And I was like, whoa, this is a weird prayer. Like, this is kind of sus. Like, this didn't feel, this didn't sit right in my spirit. So when I was driving home, I was asking God about it. I was like, God, why did I feel so weird about that prayer? And then I was like, oh wait, I have to rebuke that. Like, I had to rebuke it. I was like, you know what? I rebuke that prayer in Jesus' name. I do have peace. I am focused on God. Like, I'm not gonna allow someone to question or speak doubt into my walk with the Lord. Because it's like, it wasn't doubt that I voiced out. It's not like I told her, like, hey, I've been confused lately, blah blah. It's like, you're making all these assumptions, like, based on, like, what, how I look or my body language. Like, but that's not right. You don't know what's going on in my head. You're not God. You're not omniscient. You're not like, you don't know. You don't even know half of it, right? So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of weird. Skylar says, just make actual other plans. True. Mango says, another thing about journeying with people through life, you have to take responsibility for the part where you walk your own life, your own talk. There's a difference between talking about the relationship versus actually experiencing it. So you're right. They shouldn't have that much time. Kong says, always try approaching someone as an equal before as a superior. It's that simple. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Thank you, Soul. Thank you, Musu. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Cole says, oh wait, I read this one. Mango says, I believe the creator would want you to be happy. I pray for a moment of peace in your life. I actually have a lot of peace in my life. It's just that with dealing with them, I noticed the funny thing is like, I actually have a lot of joy and peace, and so like when something robs me of my peace, I can immediately notice it. And like I like, it was just weird because it's like, wow, these people are causing me a lot of stress, and usually I'm really good at handling stress, but like this is like stressing me out so much that I have to talk about it with people to try to process it and dissect it and try to find like peace about it within. Like, I'm trying to find a solution that I could be at peace at, and the solution that I'm really at peace at is to love on them but not trust them, you know? Kong says, using God as a martyr for anything probably isn't going to lead them anywhere good in life. Using anything as a martyr is not going to lead you anywhere good in life. I feel like the problem with a lot of toxic people, like, this is the pattern, this is the thing that Ben, Sandra, and my toxic best friend share. They both can't, like, all of them share this same habit of blaming something for how they make other people feel and how other people behave towards them. So let's say if someone behaves towards them in a negative way, they don't see it as like, hey, I did something wrong to them. They would find things to blame, and they would make the person feel bad for how they're treating them. For example, like let's say let's say if I don't, yeah, that's the sign of the toxic person. Okay, these are the people you need to be aware. You need to be wary of, because they will gaslight you. They are so manipulative and so narcissistic. They feel like they can't do any wrong, and these are the most evil and dangerous people. I feel like the dangerous people are not people who do bad and know they're bad. If you know you're bad, you're self-aware, you still have some hope. The dangerous people are people who do bad and don't believe they're doing bad. They don't believe that they're doing bad. They believe they're doing good. That they're doing good. That's the most dangerous part. Where when you come to a point in yourself where you believe you could do no wrong, you can do no harm, you do no flaw, any harm and hurt you cause to others or to people must be their fault. Must be like something in their past or something in their trauma or something else, but it's never your fault. Because you have good intentions. You have a good heart. Like, it's not your fault. You have, like, you know, you're blessed by God. Like, that's dangerous. That is really such a dangerous line of thinking, because, like, that is, like, the closest form to pure evil that you can get. Because you can't even acknowledge the harm and damage that you are potentially causing or are causing. So, that was the thing that, like, made me, like, dude, these people, no matter, even though, again, I'm very good at explaining things, right? I explained to her for 30 minutes plus. Like, I just kept explaining and trying to, like, explain why I even asked these questions, the flow and everything. Like, everything was natural. Everything was not, it was not premeditated. Because she was trying to, she made it sound like I premeditated the conversation, right? And that's why she was forced to have this. She was saying, like, you already had these assumptions. You already had these assumptions. Why didn't you talk to me about it? Like, she would blame me for not talking to her prior about the assumptions I made about church. But it's like, these assumptions never really existed. They just came up naturally. Seth says, I actually don't think I agree with you there, Tiff. If someone thinks they're doing right, but they're not, then they might be able to see the error of their ways. If they know they're doing wrong but do it anyways, they don't care about good. No, I'm talking about people who don't believe they can do bad. So I'm not saying people who think that they're doing bad, like who are doing, like, I'm not saying about people who are doing bad but think they're doing right. You can be misguided, and like, I think that's where communication comes in, right? And this is where humility is very important. Like, humility allows you to come to a point where it's like, oh, I'm actually, like, what I thought was good was actually not very good. You know? Because the road to hell was paved on good intentions, right? Like I don't want to believe that people are just outright evil. But the danger that I'm trying to point out is when people believe that they can't do bad at all. And they would find ways to justify the hurt that is being caused without ever wanting to admit that the problem lies with them. Paula says, side note, these Halloween lo-fi beats are going crazy in the background. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. You want water, Sophie? You want water? Hong says, as someone who's been around these kinds of people, I have seen more people that know they're doing wrong and continue than people that think they're doing right, changing their way. Yeah, no, it's all good. I actually really appreciate it when people can speak out against me. Like, I appreciate when people disagree with me because, like, especially if it's done in a respectful way. Like, I love hearing other opinions outside mine, because I really don't think that I have, like, the correct, or not even correct, like, there are so many different opinions and different ways I can see things, and I'm open to hearing other people's views. But it's like, hearing other people's views is one thing, but having someone assume my views without even communicating with me to get to know me or to understand, like that to me is really doesn't sit right with me. It really doesn't sit right with me. I don't like it when people make assumptions on my behalf without even trying to. And what annoys me more is that like I have to put in energy to tell them that they're wrong. No, me stays in jail. Okay, fine. I'll put you here. I'll put you on my head. You can be on my head. Thank you for redeeming you time. Thank you. Mango says, Tiff, what kind of first impression do you think you give off? Oh man, I don't know. Okay, I have two answers because I've asked this question to my friends and people who meet me before. I've asked them like, hey, what was your first impression of me? A lot of people tell me that I either give off bubbly vibes, like very friendly bubbly vibes, or I give off very intense energy. They think that like I'm like, oh, she's like a party girl, she's very intense, you know, she is very like, that's the first impression people get. So people are usually either afraid of me because I'm very outspoken, or they think that I'm like really friendly and, you know, really fun. So I am every introvert's worst nightmare and every extrovert's best friend, I guess, or the other way around, because I feel like I get along better with introverts. I extroverts exhaust me. I love adopting introverts and just being their best friend because I do really like deep, meaningful relationships. So I prefer getting to know people one-on-one if it's like, you know, if it's possible. But yeah, I could be wrong. I don't know. What impression do you guys think I give off? Boop boop. Boop boop. I mean, if this that already tells me a lot. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, Mango? What assumptions are you making about me? What does it tell you? Kong says, like those mafia bosses in movies that would bring you to a party, have some drinks, and they literally cook you alive. I don't cook anyone alive! I don't cook anyone alive! No. No. When I'm around like a bunch of extroverts, I tend to be more like reserved and I just like to hear what people say. Like I want to just like, I want to be the listener. But when I'm with introverts, I want to know more about them, so I would gap more to get to know them. And then I'll just ask them a lot of questions about like, hey, you know, stuff. And usually if we click, we end up talking about really deep stuff. I don't like small talk. I can do small talk, don't get me wrong, I can do small talk, but I prefer to really get to know and connect with people. And again, I think this is why I'm so threatening to these leaders, because in the words of Sandra, oh, your voice is you're more influential than you think, Tiff. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a politician. I'm not trying to. I don't have any propaganda, okay? There's no propaganda that I have. There's no agenda that I have. I just want to be friends with people. I want to be friends with people and... Oh, Sophie, what's up? Okay, wait, I'm gonna give her a treat. I feel bad for her. That's what they all say. Look, I really don't want to cook people alive, but also, like, have you never wondered or been curious about what human meat tastes like? Just out of curiosity. I would never eat human meat because I heard that it can, like the chemical... This is all hearsay. I don't have solid evidence to back this up, but I heard that if you eat human meat, there's some chemical that affects your brain. And it could like make you like kind of fucked up in the head. So like, as curious as I am about human meat, I don't think I would ever eat human meat. Skylar says, are we back to cannibalism again? Don't say again, okay? It's been a minute that... Oh my gosh, Kong, what? Wait, what? Wait, hold on, what? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you say? What do you say? Oh my god. What does it taste like though? Tell us. What does it taste like? What is it like? Please tell us. I want to know. I want to know what it's like. You know, I don't want to have it myself, but I want to know what it's like. Skyler says, my first impression was like your nice, sweet Onesan vibes. That as an introvert, I want to be friends. But you're so outgoing that I'm scared to approach. Yeah, that's the answer I hear quite a bit too. Seth says, you know, I don't think I'll ever have human either. Yeah, there's a few things I would never eat. I would never eat monkey. I would never eat turtle. Because I heard turtle is like really poisonous or something. Like even if you do it well, there's a risk is there, right? And I would never eat human. I don't think I'll eat those three things. Oh, and cats and dogs. I think that was obvious, right? I would never eat a cat or a dog. I may be Chinese, but I'm not that kind of Chinese. Turtle is safe if you know how to do it. I don't know. Turtles scare me though. They look spooky. They don't look good. They don't look good to eat. Honestly, they don't look appetizing. I could picture using a turtle shell as like a soup bowl, but like not with turtle contents inside the shell, you know. Steph says my favorite is deer. Deer is pretty good. Venison is pretty good. I think my favorite is horse. Essa brought me and Brandon to eat horse meat, and bruh, it was so good. Horse meat is so good, but horse meat is not accessible here in Malaysia, so like yeah. Turtle is like a mix between fish and beef. Oh, wait, that's so interesting. That's really interesting. Wait, what's the most exotic food you guys have had? Like, what's the most strangest, most exotic food you've had? Oh, I'm right below you from Singapore. Yo, welcome! Hello, Singaporean! My mom works in Singapore, so I actually go down to Singapore quite a bit. I mean, my mom cooked me a rat as a kid. What? What the frick? Wait, what? What? Wait, repeat that again. You ate a rat? You ate rat? Rats? How did you? How was it? How was it? How was it prepared? Kong says, yeah, in Vietnam they cooked roadkill. What the? I thought they were like really poisonous though. I thought rats are not safe to eat. I thought rats were like really not safe to eat. Mango King, Kong apparently has eaten rats before. How did it taste? You marinate it the same way you would marinate chicken? That's disgusting. I hate that so much. No. Wait, I need to Google this. Cooked rat. Rat on a stick, also referred to as rat kebab. This dish is consumed in Thailand or Vietnam. The rat is typically skinned and washed, after which it is gutted to remove its internal organs and then roasted. Oh, that looks so gross! Oh, that is so... Oh my god. No, do not... Oh my god. The whole tail? The whole tail is still on the roasted rat. Don't Google rat on the stick. Do not Google rat on the stick. Dude, that looks so gross. Oh my god. I've eaten bugs before, okay? And I've eaten balut. I can handle balut. I can handle like sago worms, but rat on a stick, that looks so freaking gross. I cannot. Oh my gosh. Dude, you are so brave. You are so brave. You know, if you eat human, that's nothing. Okay, if you can eat rat, you can eat human. Human is not that serious. That looks really bad. Kong says depends on where you find the rat. Because if you're talking about the ones from the sewers, obviously it's bad. But the ones you find in the fields are clean. But once you get used to it, the guts actually smell kind of good. Oh my god. Oh my, no, I cannot. I cannot. I saw the image. I don't think I can stomach that. And that's saying a lot because I can eat frogs. I can eat. I'm willing to eat snake. I'm willing to eat a lot of things actually, but I don't think rat is on my list. Unless it's not looking like a rat. I feel like I could probably eat rat if it doesn't look like a rat. You know, like if the meat is already like shredded up, then maybe I could probably eat it. But I don't know. It still feels kind of weird because it feels like a dirty animal. You know, it feels like when I say dirty animal, it just feels like it's kind of unclean. So I don't know. I think I might by proxy or like placebo effect. I might placebo effect give myself like diarrhea if I knew it was rat. Mango says rat McNugget. Rat McNugget! Rat McNugget! Oh my gosh, just like a chicken nugget. My gosh. Ah! It's crazy. That is crazy. On the stick is when it's freshest. Actually, the safest time period to eat it, Kong says. How else do you eat it? Can you not eat it other ways? Seth says, I don't ever get really crazy. I think the most out there thing I've eaten is bear. It's really gamey. Bear is good. Tastes like beef if it's prepared well. Yeah, rat definitely takes the cake out of the weirdest things I've ever heard anyone say they've eaten. Kong, your answer takes the cake. It takes the hottest cake. Like, I've never heard anyone who's eaten rat before. Like, that is so interesting. Mango says, I feel clarity comes to mind when I'm getting your overall vibe. My first impression is that you're a complete breath of air. You give off life when you speak. Aww! Wait, that's so wholesome. That's so sweet. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's such a nice compliment. Wait, I'm gonna screenshot this because I think that made my night. That's really sweet. That's so nice. I've never had anyone tell me that I was a breath of fresh air before. Or like a breath of air. Like that's so nice. That is so nice. I feel like chat sets the standard really high. Cause like sometimes like guys who like are interested in me, they would like compliment me. But I'm like, but have you ever said what Skylar said? Like Skylar tells me like I'm her Oshi and that she, you know, she would be like my #1 fan. So like I don't know, like yeah, you can tell me that I'm pretty, but like Skylar tells me I'm her Oshi like almost every stream. You know, the standard is set, chat. The standard chat set. I'm kidding. I'm kidding around. Seth says I've never eaten it, but I know around here there's a food called Rocky Mountain oysters. Also recommended not Googling. Wait, I have to Google it now though. I have to. What's it called? Rocky Mountain oysters. They don't look that bad. They look like nuggets. They look like chicken nuggets. Oh, wait, no, they look like... Huh. Okay, when it's not fried, they kind of look like... They look like cheese balls. Like, you know... Or like a spleen. They look like a white spleen. They look like a sack that's gonna explode. Like, I feel like if I poke it, I feel like it would, like, gush out white stuff. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case because it's an oyster. But it looks like it. The image looks like a white water balloon. Interesting. Very interesting. Not too bad. It's not as bad, you know? I think the rat one was worse. Rat on a stick, way worse. Terrible. Terrible. Kong says, nope, I ate them quite often in my time overseas. Oh, really veiny and funny looking. Yep. Yeah, that is what it looks like. Seth says, it is absolutely not a real oyster. You didn't see what it was made of? What is it made of? What rock mountain oyster made out of? What is it? Oh, they're made out of bull testicles. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because they do kind of look like testicles. Not that I know what testicles look like. Huh, interesting. Okay, cool. Seth's Mango King says it's just that the matted fur of the rats that makes the image of eating them worse. Yeah, no, that's so true. That is so true. The fur makes it 100 times worse, and with the tail attached, seeing the shape of it is crazy. Mango says everyone's heard compliments. I wanted to be a little unique. You are most welcome. Thank you. Thank you again for the encouraging words. I feel like testicles is not that bad. Like, I've never ate testicles. At least I don't think I have. I may have had ox testicle soup before, but I'm not sure if I ate the testicle itself. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't think I've eaten it before, but I'm not opposed to eating it because last time I was in Japan with Esther, we saw this restaurant that sold like different types of testicles. You could eat like snake testicles. I even know snakes had testicles, okay? You could eat camel, you could eat horse, you could eat bear, I think. There was a lot of different kinds of balls that you could eat. Wait, actually, Esther, do you still want to eat balls when I come again next year? Like, we didn't get to eat them the first time because we wanted to eat the normal meat. Like, we had, like, crocodile and we had bear. So we had, like, normal food. We didn't want to eat balls. But, yeah. Yeah. Do you know snake testicles look like spades? They don't... Not spades. They look like clovers. Like, they look like a logo. They're really weird looking. Mango says, my parents are in Japan right now. Yo. Hey, Neko, hey, go. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Welcome to the stream. TFTI? What does TFTI stand for? Do you want the recommendation? Do you want to... It's called Rice and Circus at Takadano Baba. I would recommend eating food here. It's really good. The food there is really good. But you might need to know a bit of Japanese because it seemed like the people there weren't really good at, you know. Neko Hiko, can I know where your DP is from? Your display photo? Are you a streamer? Do you stream? Because I really like your avatar. I like your display photo. Is that your OC? TFTI, thanks for the invite. Oh, okay, gotcha. Got it. Wait, oh my gosh, wait, Neko, if this is like your OC, it's actually kind of hot. I stand. But if it's not your OC and some kind of game character, I need to know what game character it is because I want to stalk it. I really like the design. Very pretty design. It's reminding me of like Izumi from K Project. I think that's his name. The White King. You know the White King from the K Project? His like it's giving me that vibe, but you make him tan. So it's like if Gilgamesh from that one game, I forgot what it's called, and that guy from K Project had a love child. It's giving that. And I love it. Okay, what are like I'm gonna go back to the topic of the title here. How do you guys spot toxic people? Like what? Like I think I spoke a lot in depth about how I identify someone as toxic. It's when I see signs of manipulation and I see like they are not willing to take accountability or to have the ability to reflect on how they are responsible for how other people are making. Responsible for how they're making others feel and react to them. That is my answer for how I spot a toxic person. What are your answers? Like, what tips do you guys have on how to spot a sus person? Okay, while you guys type up your answers, I am going to go do my skincare, so I will be right back. I'm back. Fong says, just when someone is trying to get involved in a topic or grasping at straws to prove how you're equal or below them. Just when someone is trying to get involved in... Oh, Mosala the Egypt goat. I love that name. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tufa fam, Mosala. Mosala the Egypt goat. Dude, that's so freaking cool. Why are you an Egypt goat? What is the story? What is the lore behind your name? Hi, Reverie! Hi, Samus! How are you doing? Mango says, toxic people are just never able to admit that they're wrong, period. Sure, they can be charming at first or even nice people in other situations. The toxic behavior usually comes up when miscommunication or when you do something that displeases. Wait, that's so true. Displeases them. Instead of practicing conflict resolution, they somehow make the situation more intense. Yeah, more intense or more exhausting. You know? Posela says, this is the first streamer to get my name right. Yeah, let's go! Oh, how do they normally pronounce your name? Is it Musala? Like, how else do you pronounce it? Kong said, let's say in a test, you're aiming for 80, they're aiming for 60. But if they end up hitting a 60 and you hit a 70, they'll constantly bring up how you didn't hit your goal and never bring up how you still got better than them. Oh, like basically people who will put you down? Yeah, people will put you down. Yeah. That's true. If you have friends who put you down, you don't need enemies. That's my hot take. You don't need enemies if that's the kind of friends you're having. Honestly, it sucks. Scar says, hey Samus. They're controlling, unreasonable, and only understand views from their point. They make sure to use what you say against you. Dude, too true. And if you mention a problem, they twist it and mock you for having that problem. Something like that. Oh my gosh, it's so true. Also, if you're talking about the problem and they can't come up with a comeback, they bring up totally unrelated problems. Basically, deflecting. Deflecting. And they're like trying to... Wow, that's so true. That is a manipulative tactic, by the way. It's also considered a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. Reverie says I'm doing fine. We don't have school because of the typhoon. The typhoon caused so much destruction, school got cancelled for a week. Oh my gosh. Oh, please stay safe, Zamis. I hope you're staying safe. Did you have a good week though? Despite the typhoon? Everything okay in your area? Moselle says you said it right. I got 7 friends. 6 are rats. One of them beat me up, so you know, what did I do? What I did do the same thing. Is this right or that wrong? Wait. You have 6 friends who are rats and one of them beat you up, so you know what I did do the same. So you Mango. Mango! Mango King says rats delicious. Wait, is Mango a streamer? Mango, are you a streamer? Do you want a shout out? Wait, let me check. My mods aren't in my chat right now, so normally if my mods are here, they would give shout outs. You are! Okay, let me give a shout out. Normally my my mods help me do that because my focus is trash focus. Let me give you a follow. Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Tifa Fam. Kong says I've got work tomorrow, so I'm getting off now. Good night. Good night, Kong. Thank you for being a part of this conversation, for tuning in. I hope you have a good night's rest. Good night, good night. Oyasumi. Mosala says rats got 2 meaning. Rat the animal or fake friends. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so 1 of your friends beat you up and the 6 of them ratted you out or something? What did you do to warrant getting beaten up? Like why did you get beat up? Reverie says, I am. Yes, the typhoon has passed already, but we're still recovering. And unfortunately, there's another typhoon coming, so we're preparing for that one. Okay, okay. Hey, at least you have ample time to chill at home. Yeah. And scroll on TikTok. Guys, good night. Rest well. To Kong. Good night. Good night, Kong. Mango says, dream meaning. So dream meaning is a delicious glazed rat on a stick. I hate that. Oh my gosh. Have you tried rat on a stick before? I know Kong has. Have you tried rat? Mango? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Oh, yo, Mango, are you from Cali? I'm from Cali too. I don't know if California Love is not a reference to Cali though. I could be wrong. I don't know. You're in PST, so I'm assuming you could be in Cali. I'm joking. I would puke. I can't even eat bugs. Bugs aren't too bad. They taste like sardines, but like earthier, like an earthier version. They don't taste fishy. They just taste like earthier sardines. Mosala says Mango be tripping. I eat damn chewy goat meat. That smells like weird. Goat meat is not bad. It's not bad. Lamb is better though. Earthy sardines, how lovely. Yeah, I was raised in Cali too. Good to see some Californians. Cali peeps. I haven't been back in Cali in years though. I miss Cali, but also I feel like it's so incredibly inflated in Cali. What I hate and love most about Cali, I love that it's very diverse. I feel like Cali, like you could go anywhere and you'll probably find an Asian. You know, there's like a good Asian community in Cali and a good Hispanic community. There's like, it's very diverse compared to other parts of the states where all you see is white people. Not to say I have anything against white people, okay? I love you white people, okay? Don't come after me. Yo, yeah, I love my whites. That's something I love about Cali. I don't like that it is very inflated. And I think there's a drug problem. I mean, there's a drug problem in all of the USA, but I feel like in the regions that I lived in, the drug abuse was much more critical. Yeah. That's what I love and hate. What about you? What do you love and hate about Cali? I feel like Cali's very liberal for me. I'm a conservative baby, okay? I like to keep my pants on. And I feel like there's just too many pantsless people in Cali sometimes too, and I'm just like, I'm too much info. I didn't need to know that. I wish I didn't know that. But they do it in the name of education, you know. It's freezing with us, Mosala says. How do I post a clip on Twitch? I don't know. I'm not sure. Mango says no TikTok. Seth says I've only been to Cali once and we were there for a few hours. That was this year actually. Oh, how did you find Cali? How did you find Cali, Seth? Actually, depending on which part of Cali is a big difference. Like if you're in North Cali, the vibe is more like the east of like more New York vibes. Like especially if you're near San Fran section area. But if you go south, if you go like southern Cali, it's a totally different vibe. It's like more, it's more similar to like Texas, I guess. Kind of, because there's like deserts and stuff, you know. More, oh, what's the word? I can't even describe it. Mango says I love the weather. We have such a nice sun. I agree. I think the weather in Cali is really nice. Because it doesn't get like freezing cold due to the ocean. I think you guys we're near a lot of beaches as well. So it's really, if you like the beach life, it's great. Sav says, I don't think I can give a good answer. We were in the San Fran airport and we never left the airport. Oh man, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Mango says, I hate that even though it's a creative place, I somehow can't find a place to find other people because we're all busy or in a rush. Maybe it's a me issue, but everything is hustle, hustle, hustle. No, actually I heard about this from people who live in LA. Like a lot of creators that I meet, like on the digital space who are from LA, they say that like, it's really sad because it's almost kind of fake in a sense where it's like people only want to connect with you and work with you if you have something of benefit. Like if they could get something from you, you know? Which, like, I kind of get it. It's like, yeah, that is human, but like it's so severe to the point where like making friends and connections is really difficult because people care about what you do and who you are, and they use that to gauge whether or not they should befriend you. Which, honestly, I feel like that's really sad because there are so many wonderful people there, and to limit yourself to a certain group of people is you are shortchanging yourself, you know? Like, yeah. It's a very dog-eat-dog world, especially if you're in the creative content creating sphere, because, you know, LA is like the creator hub. But if you meet the right people, if you're able to attract the right people, it's really fun. It's really fun. But there are like hidden gems. You really gotta use like a lot of discernment to kind of navigate. Seth says that's a good part about where I'm from. Everything moves at a slower pace. It's a lot more quieter and much more peaceful. Yeah, I like that, you know? I really like that. Malaysia is a bit like that too, where things are more like... Things are a bit more holistic. I think it's due to the Islamic influence on Malaysia, you know? But yeah, it's not as capitalistic. It's not as like... People care about who you are, but not that much, you know? I think at the end of the day, people still care. Like, people here in Malaysia at least, they still care a lot about what kind of person you are, what kind of character you embody. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. That's a Southern hospitality. It's a real thing. Yeah, if I ever moved to the States, I think I would go to the South. I would like to go to the South. But I'm scared that I'm gonna get shot. Like, I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say. But like, I'm minority in the South. Like, I don't wanna die, and guns are such a thing. Gun violence be such a thing, you know? Anyways, chat, let's... I feel like I've done my fair share of yapping. I'm gonna let YouTube
Welcome
videos...
to...
I wanna let the YouTube video yap now. Let's watch some Reddit together, okay? Let's watch some Reddit together. Oh. I'll put you here. There we go. Oh. Let me just hide Spiracy Lo-Fi. Mango says, I still love LA. I don't think the city is kind to everyone, yet somehow everyone wants to live here despite the housing prices. Why do you think that's the case though? Like, what do you think makes... Why do people want to live in LA? Like, technically, you can create and do stuff anywhere, but what is it about LA that makes people want to come to LA? I don't get it. I think I prefer Washington in terms of aesthetic. Like the whole like forest nature thing. It's a lot nicer. But that's just my opinion. Or not it. Mango says dreams, acting, content creation, being rich, blah blah. But there's more than that. What is it? What's the more? What's the more that It does give like La La Land, City of Dreams though. I love when my dog... I have a Shiba Inu, guys. Like, I love when my dog curls up to sleep because she literally looks like a little fox. She looks like a baby fox. I love it so much. She's so cute. Anyways, let's watch this together.
Reddit stories. I'm Shane, and today's theme, we have some shocking stories. And I'm with two shocking individuals, Damien and Tommy. Brendan also let out a gasp.
That was actually, I don't think I've ever seen Brendan show fear.
I should have you guys know, the original plan for today's episode was going to be silly stories, but then apparently so many shocking stories, so many shocking developments happened that they changed this. So this episode in itself is a bit of a shock.
No laughing, no
Yo,
humor.
Licorice Tart, spooky spooktubers. Spooky spooktubers, do you plan to play the new psychological horror game, Tsunari Chess School? No, I'm so bad with horror games, but I mean, I'm down to watch a gameplay of it if that's something you guys want to watch. But I am terrible with horror, guys. I'm really, really bad with horror. Seth says, this might sound strange to some people, but I love my state. Where I'm from, the peace and quiet and the natural beauty here is just good. Nice. It's like Doki Doki anime visual novel. Oh, wait, I might play it. Is it free? If it's free, I might play it. I'm okay with anime visual novel. I managed to play Doki Doki Literature Club, but honestly, like, it was quite triggering because, like, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to stream it due to, like, the triggering content. I'm not sure if it was, like, against Twitch violations. Yeah. So I don't have the VODs for that.
Humor. Silly is out.
Silly is out, shocking is in.
I'm so glad they told us because, like, I was prepped for a silly episode and I had pre-canned all of my reactions, like.
And now
so,
you're screwed.
Yeah, because if it was shocking and I didn't know that, and someone's like, "My mom turned out to be bats," I'm like, I don't want to do that.
I probably would give that reaction.
I love the idea of rehearsing your reactions for Reddit.
We all do that, right?
Looking in the mirror beforehand. Oh, definitely the asshole.
So funny.
Yeah.
Not the asshole.
Yeah, you gotta look.
Tears.
We'll have a shock scale. We'll try to keep a shock scale going. We'll see,
Okay.
like,
Nice.
after each story, we'll be like, okay, how much did that shock you?
Nice.
We'll see if we hit a 10.
Oh, we're doing numbers.
I think like 1 through 10.
I was thinking like DDR vibes of like crazy,
Sure, you can do that too.
Wild.
phenomenal,
Shocking.
nice foot.
Nobody's stopping you from doing that.
All right.
Our first story. Am I the asshole for not wanting to get rid of the anime body pillow that saved my marriage? So this
What?
anime body pillow saved a marriage. Let's see.
Oh,
My husband and I are best friends during the day.
Seth.
Love of my life.
Bye, Seth. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the prayers. Thank you for sending prayers. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. Bye bye. The anime body pillow saved their marriage. Apparently, I don't know. Let me know if the audio is okay.
Life. It's at night that's an issue. I'm a blanket stealer. I once yanked them so hard my poor hubby flipped a full 180. Hubby, for his part, is a thrasher. Bruce Lee would be jealous of the moves he pulls off while unconscious. It's a constant war between us when we fall asleep, and both of us often wake up sore and exhausted. It was starting to affect our relationship. Neither of us wanted to move to a separate bed because we like spending our nights together, but it seemed like an inevitability. We were both crabby every morning, and we started fighting as soon as we got up. It sucked, but neither of us wanted to concede defeat and move to the other bed. Quick background,
English says it's a promise of more. That in this place where everyone judges each other based off things, you carve out a life. Getting serious money in the major West Coast economy is a huge motivator. The state of Cali alone is like the country's economy. That's true. It's really the land of opportunity, huh? That's the vibe it gives off.
I was a huge nerd as a teenager, full-on otaku. Go ahead, cringe, I do too.
My God.
One night as a joke, I brought down an old anime body pillow from the attic. I know, the cringe. And I plopped it down between my husband and I, declaring it our demilitarized zone. Hubby also thought it was hilarious, and we named her DMZ-chan. She stayed there the whole night.
My God.
It was a game changer. DMZ-chan protected me from hubby's REM-induced rampages, and she's just heavy enough that I can't yank the blankets at full speed. DMZ-chan is now a beloved part of our nightly routine. We both thought it was the funniest thing, but she legitimately helped us solve the only real issue in our marriage. One day, mother-in-law stopped by to pick something up. She got up to use the restroom, passing by our open bedroom door. You can guess what she saw, DMZ-chan. Propped up in the middle of our bed, her giant soulful anime eyes looking right back at mother-in-law. When she got back, she quickly grabbed her stuff and left. Hubby and I both confused. She later mentioned DMZ-chan to hubby while they were on the phone, and it absolutely mortified him. As far as I know, mother-in-law now thinks we're deviants in a three-way relationship with a body pillow.
God.
Hubby was too embarrassed to explain, and now he wants to put DMZ-chan back in the attic.
No.
I was upset. I told him I didn't want to go back to boxing with
that.
each other at night, and that DMZ-chan helped us so much in that. He agreed, but suggested we get a normal, plain body pillowcase to replace her. I felt like there was no need to spend the money on something we already have, and if it was really that big of an issue, we can put her in the closet while we have company over. Hubby is firm in that she has to go permanently. I know he's embarrassed, but I feel we shouldn't have to compromise our inside jokes to appease other people. Am I the asshole?
Don't put her in the closet.
Do not put DMZ-chan in the
So
closet.
disrespectful.
Yeah, what are soulful eyes gonna look at in the closet?
No.
I thought the mother was gonna like come out.
Dingo says, I just don't buy that land of opportunity dream. I had a job like that in accounting, but now I want to work as a first responder. That's so cool. What do you mean by you don't buy into the land of opportunity? The fact that you have the opportunity to change like careers completely, like change fields completely, isn't that such a privilege? That's so awesome.
Out and be like, my hero. We are a Demon Slayer household.
That's true. You know what? Tanjiro as a body pillow, the pattern would actually lend to more rooms. Than... Look, man, I don't know. I'm a weeb. You know, she uses the word otaku. I'm like a whatever floats your boat kind of thing in a relationship where it's like, if it's not hurting anybody, like, I don't care if you want an anime boobies poster, like, live your life.
They're both dying on weird hills because both solutions are pretty easy.
Yeah.
Here it's like either, throw it in the closet when the mom's over if like you don't want her to see that, or get another cover for it or buy another body pillow.
Or
Both
use that
things-
time to wash the cover, like, ew.
Yeah, maybe they have. We don't know if they have or not.
Well.
But it's so easy to hide it. Well, I don't understand why it's like, no, we have to get rid of it.
I have a question about
I
body
don't-
pillows.
I don't know shit about them, really.
As a weeb, yeah, go for it.
So in my eyes, they have the body pillow, like,
Right.
can they not flip her over? Or is there a...
Oh, is there a blank side?
From my early Smosh days, when they were cleaning out a closet, I don't have the pillow, but I have like a cover. They were like getting rid of a One Punch Man one that they'd used from a sketch, and I still have it like in a drawer. And so like it's one of like One Punch Man just like this, and then there's another side where he's just like, a little bit more like lounged back.
Got it.
So I think it ranges. Also, one time as a prank, I wanted to make one of myself for a partner. Didn't end up following through, but I'm just like, it can be anything, but
That's
there
really
are
funny.
usually two sides.
Glad you didn't. It would be like the sweater curse, where you make a sweater for your partner and they break up with you.
That's so true.
Oh my God, and then-
make a body pillow for someone.
There's 5 different like body pillow covers of me floating around out there, and
You're like,
go to the wrong Goodwill, and you're just like, huh? There's a lot of these.
I like your specific number.
The verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah.
Not the asshole. The real problem isn't about removing the pillow, but the fact that your mother-in-law made a scene about something that isn't any of her business. Your husband should stop enabling that. I agree. Someone said, info, can't you just take the cover off? Lastly, someone said, okay, but it's not about pleasing other people anymore, is it? Your husband is now uncomfortable with the pillow. You wouldn't be uncomfortable with the plain pillow he is suggesting, so it seems pretty obvious that the choice here should be, you're the asshole, unpopular, I know. So
Oh, that's
he's
a good
saying
point.
like, yeah,
That's a good point too.
she wasn't saying like this body pillow means so much to me. It's been up in the attic for a long time. I don't think she's admitting like, no, I actually love this body pillow and I love the cover on it and stuff.
Right.
She was
I
making.
think the issue here is she wanted him to defend her to his mom. I don't think it's about the body pillow issue because she mentioned that like she just didn't see why they should throw away an inside joke because of someone else, which is true. That's a good point, a valid point. The mother-in-law is like an outsider to their marriage, but it is still someone that is important to the husband. So out of love and consideration for the husband, it'll be good to respect his wishes, especially if he is so uncomfortable with it. But I think it's important for the husband to acknowledge and validate that like, hey, like, your wife is your wife and your mom is your mom. Like, you should clarify things with your mom, and like you know you're not doing anything weird and your wife is not doing anything weird. So why should you be ashamed of your wife? Like, what? Like, don't let your wife be ashamed. or you shouldn't be ashamed either, because like you and your wife ain't doing anything, and even if they are doing anything, it's none of your business, Mom. You know, it's none of your business. I am a grown man, and I am a grown married man. I can do what I want. I guess that's true. I can see why she would want someone to take her side. Yeah, especially if it's like your husband. Come on, and you know it's innocent. Like you would want your partner to take your side. Come on, it's not that hard.
Making it sound like it's just like this whatever thing,
Yeah.
but now she doesn't want to get rid of it either. I don't know. It's interesting.
In my opinion, there's something so fun about having it be like that pillow is a person that we love.
It's very charming and funny.
It's fun.
It's DMZ Chan.
I know.
Which sounds awesome as hell.
Crazy name to give that pillow, by the way.
Absolutely batshit crazy.
It's a lot of issues all in a row, and I'm just like, yup. I didn't say it.
It's fun because then you're just like, good night, honey. Good night, DMZ Chan. I don't know. I like it, but I agree though. It's like just change the pillow, whatever.
Put it under the covers too. Like there's so many immediate solutions. Like sometimes someone vents to you and they're like, I just want to vent. I don't need solutions. But sometimes you hear it and you're like, damn, I guess you could just not do that at work anymore, huh? Like this is one of those moments where you're like, just tuck it under the...
It's a pillow.
It's a pillow.
It's a pillow, dude.
Yeah.
It's DMZ Chan.
You named it is the problem. That's why you can't eat it.
Yeah, now it's a person.
Farm rules.
Update. Quick little update.
Whoa.
They found a hat that brought it to life. Like Frosty.
They come home and just like,
well, someone's gonna have to
and
kill
the mother
it.
is dead, and they're like, oh my god. She's like dancing on it.
So morbid.
All right. Sweet Bees, this blew up. They wrote that. Sweet Bees, this blew up. Was not expecting all the attention. Just wanted to say thank you to everyone for chiming in. I admit I was being stubborn. I drove over to Target on my lunch break and bought a new cover for $10. I put it on DMZ Chan as soon as I got home. To those asking, I did wash her after fishing her out of the attic, and I am now waiting on hubby to get home so I can apologize for making him uncomfortable. DMZ Chan shall live in our hearts and under the blanket when company's over. Well, they're gonna come home one day and DMZ Chan's gonna be out of the cover. And every time they put the cover on, then she's gonna be back out of it. She's the new Annabelle.
I love
Come
that.
home.
From the makers of The Conjuring, DMZ Chan.
And also, she's a nun.
I thought this one was it was shocking, but it was like
I can totally see like a horror movie body pillow, like an anime body pillow being like in a horror movie. Because they can be kind of creepy sometimes.
mild shocking. Yeah.
2 out of 10.
I think the title was the most shocking part of it.
Yeah.
And the name that they chose for
That's wild.
that was
crazy
probably the
for
most
that one.
shocking thing.
Yeah, we're dipping our toes in the shock water.
Yeah. There you go. Electric eel infested water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank God I was here to answer all your body pillow related questions. Can't wait for the comments.
We thank you. Okay, our next story. This is an Am I the Asshole post. Am I the asshole for locking my girlfriend out of the basement so I could eat in peace?
What?
I am 39 and male. My girlfriend is 41. We have lived together for a bit over a year in my house. During the time that I have lived with my girlfriend, I've become very used to the fact that she really seems to de-stress by complaining. Much of this complaining is about other people in her life, such as her mother and her former coworkers, but much of this complaining is about me and how I'm not meeting her expectations in one way or another. I'm generally fine listening to her rant and will make all the appropriate motions to show that I'm listening, but a few months back, her complaining increased significantly in frequency. Again, I'm happy to listen to her, but the one time that I do not want to listen to complaining is when I'm eating. Breakfast time isn't an issue because she's still asleep when I eat it, and lunchtime is fine because I work 6 days a week and am out for lunch. But I would really love nothing more than to just have a quiet dinner. It's especially irritating because she gets upset when I don't answer her fast enough. Even when I'm chewing, she'll start saying, hello, 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 are you even listening? As I try to swallow the food quickly and answer her. I expressed this to her a few months back. I put it as nicely as possible with the excuse that I don't do well with talking during mealtime. If anything, it had the opposite effect. I'm convinced that she's actually timing her complaints to begin when I start eating dinner now. While I'm making my dinner, she'll be quiet, and when I sit down waiting for it to cool, she'll be quiet. But once the fork reaches my mouth, she'll immediately start complaining. Last Saturday, I told her that I couldn't deal with her complaining during dinner time anymore, and that if she did it again, I would start eating elsewhere. She responded, yeah, okay, fine. Then she sat down at the table and stared at me. When I took my first bite, she said,
Mango King asks, Tiff, would you ever do a podcast? I've been wanting to do a podcast for a long time, and I've tried multiple times, but I don't think it just comes to fruit. I feel like maybe it's because of the people I'm podcasting with. I don't really podcast by myself. But I think the most I've done is like one episode. We did a pilot episode with a friend, and he got it just wasn't for him. So yeah, it really is about the setting. What do you mean? And then there was another time I tried to start a podcast with 2 other friends, and shit happened. Well, nothing happened. It's just more like we all got busy with life, and it just never like got off the ground. So there's a lot of prep that went into it. We even like had the name planned already, and like the topics to talk about ready, but yeah, I just never like lifted off. I did do like short Tiffapods. Like Tiffapods were like streams I did where I would sit down with a guest and we would just talk about really interesting topics. So I did like maybe like 3 or 4 episodes of that. Mango says they're like doing a podcast online versus in a room is way different. Making the setting very comfortable and clear helps a lot. True. I don't think I have anyone that I would want to podcast with IRL aside from like my uni besties. But I feel like because I'm a VTuber, I try to keep my real life and online persona separate because I tend to rant, not even rant, I share a lot about my real life experiences on stream, and I think I'm comfortable with doing that because I have anonymity. Like I'm pretty much anonymous, save for a few people, like a handful of people who know me IRL. But even the people who know me IRL on stream, they don't know the people I'm talking about. Whereas like when I stream with my, like if I were to stream with my real face, I don't doubt that the people who know me IRL, and the people that I'm talking about too, would definitely guarantee find me. Like they would find me. They have found my social medias already, and even my work social medias. Like I work for a social media company, and they found me there too. So it's just like I don't know if I'll ever feel comfortable podcasting with my real self, like with my identity out there, due to just like the transparency of the content I share. But I enjoy doing it in the online space. Like I like doing it in the VTubing space. I think the downside is you guys can't see a lot of the facial expressions and the body language that I make, which also tells a lot in the storytelling. I do think that like being able to see someone's expressions adds a lot to the value and the content, which unfortunately like my model there's limitations you can do with a VTubing model, you know. Yeah. Are you a podcaster, Mango? Do you podcast? Well.
Oh, by the way, today you kicked one of my shoes when you were putting yours on. It made me feel like you only care about your own things and not mine. I stood up and went down to the basement to eat, locking the door behind me. I've taken to doing this for every day since, and she'll bang on the door at times. At other times, she has demanded I give her a key, as I have the only copy. Today, she was literally crying and begging me to eat dinner at the table, but I said no. Now she's threatening to take the door off its hinges while I'm at work, so I know I have to lock it from the outside before going tomorrow. Am I in the wrong here?
Okay, I just, by the way, imagine when she's banging on the door.
Okay, he's not in the wrong to anyone but himself. That's my hot take. Mango says, I tried doing a podcast and I had ups and downs and developed a lot of respect for the ones that are successful. It's hard. No, you're right. It's so hard. I think the podcasting sphere is very saturated. And I think I meet a lot of people that want to podcast. They're like, oh, I want a podcast. And I'm like, why? Because you're having a meaningful conversation? Like, a lot of people actually have meaningful conversations, but like, just because you have a meaningful conversation doesn't mean it needs to be made into a podcast, because I feel like, okay, this is my hot take because I've tried it before and I've heard a lot of people who try to do it and it just doesn't land, and I see the pattern why. In order for a podcast to be successful, there needs to be a lot of value in the content. Like, it needs to be something that people want to hear and apply. It can't just be like, if it's entertainment, it has to be really entertaining, you know. But if it's just like yapping about your life and people don't know you yet, like they don't care about you unless you give them a reason to care about you. So you have to have some kind of value to bring to the podcast. So I just don't think I have that yet. I don't know what value I could bring, aside from maybe certain insights that I have regarding people and psychology, because that's something I study about. But and maybe about church, but I don't know. I don't know if I feel comfortable making a church podcast, because I think I talk negatively about the church, but I don't do it with the intention to shun Christianity or shun the church. I actually have a lot of love for the church, because I think pointing out the flaws makes it more human, in a sense where I think it's flawed to believe that the church is a perfect organization. There is no perfect human organization. It just doesn't exist because we're so flawed. But I understand that there's a lot of Christians out there, very insecure Christians, who would take what I say as an attack on their religion or our religion and on God, and they would feel very strongly to curse me up for it. And I'm just not looking for that kind of drama. You know, I want a peaceful life. Angle says, isn't it odd? The people who are influential versus the people who add value are not always the same. Ooh, really? Okay, what would you say makes an influential person then? You know, you seem like someone who will be really good at podcasting. I feel like you have really interesting insights and responses to things. Like, do you have your podcast online? I kind of want to check it out, if you don't mind sharing. If you're okay with sharing, of course. Yeah, I agree with that statement, but I wonder about that. Like, what makes someone influential? Is it charisma? Is it like pretty privilege? Is it, you know? It's the age-old question of, are you famous because you are really cool? Or are you really cool because you're famous? Dude, that is such a good question. You know what? That's how I feel about like the Kardashians. You know? I think there are some people who are you can definitely tell and sense that like they are famous because they're cool, because they have talent, they have value. And then there are definitely people there who are like, you know, they're kind of like plain bread, like anyone could be them. They just happen to have the privilege and the connections and the opportunities to be able to be famous. So, I think one person that I could say is like Stephanie Sue. I have a lot of respect for her as a content creator. I think her craft is so well done, and I don't think she's one of those people that is just famous because she's famous. I think she is really talented. Like, the way she tells stories and the way she presents cases with so much, not just sincerity and integrity, but also like just factually and level-headedly. I just really respect that, like that craft. She's so GOAT! Yes! Oh my gosh! You understand? So like, yeah, I would say she falls in the realm of like she is famous because she's really cool. Whereas like, like, no offense, but like maybe PewDiePie, like I think he does a podcast. I'm not too sure. I think he does. I think he does a podcast with what's his name, the guy with the wife. Cinnamon Toast Ken. If I'm like, don't get me wrong. I think Felix is a great YouTuber. I think he's a good content creator, but I wouldn't say he's a great podcaster. I feel like his podcasts are up there because he's famous. But I would say like he's famous because he puts a lot of work into editing and like he's a good YouTuber, you know. But like in terms of speaking in the realms of podcasting, I feel like his content is mid for like podcasting. I feel like, you know, any other gaming YouTuber could speak about what he's talking about. So I think he's in the realm of he is cool because he's famous. but I mean, if you take it outside podcasting, he's cool. Mango says my podcast is ignorance without bliss. Where is it? It's on YouTube. Or are you on Spotify? I don't have Apple. I actually don't have. If you're on Apple Play, I actually don't have that. But if you're on Spotify, I have Spotify. Nice! Yes, he also has that edgy vibe. He walks the line for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Do you do this by yourself, or do you have people you're able to? I feel like podcasting is a lot easier when there's someone to bounce off. Yeah.
Or Tony Collette in Hereditary.
I am your mother. That's so controlling. Like that's intentional.
Yeah. What also shocks me is when I've met couples or when I hear about couples where I'm like, why do you guys
hate each other?
You hate each other so much. Why are you together?
Right. I believe maybe she was talking sometimes and not complaining. Every time he says that she's speaking at all, it's complaining.
Yes.
So
that's a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, can we trust this author?
Unreliable narrator, yeah.
Untrustworthy narrator, but it's one of those where I'm like, I don't really care who's the asshole in this situation because you both just sound like you hate each other.
Yeah.
So why are you together? Like, I'm not gonna. She sounds like an asshole from what you're saying, but what?
So do you.
If you're getting to the point where you're locking yourself in the basement
to get away from your partner
to eat dinner, but you eat breakfast and lunch without your partner, so you want to have 3 meals a day without your partner. Why are you together?
And it also sounds like, you know, if her thing is whole like,
no,
oh yeah.
Actually, why are they together? They should not be together. This thing crazy. Mango says I did it with friends. Yeah, it's a lot easier when you have a good conversational buddy. I think my issue with podcasting IRL is that like I was raised in overseas like that in Cali, and so like I find it really hard to emotionally connect with people here. I usually welcome back from ads. Welcome back. And yeah, you would think that like, oh, being raised overseas doesn't have an impact much on your personality, but no, actually, like, I feel like culturally I'm very American, even though I've lived in Malaysia longer than I've had in the States at this point. I find it really difficult to connect on a conversation, like on an emotional level with people who are raised and grew up here in Asia. Because our culture is so different, actually. It's a very collective culture, collective and conservative culture compared to how like individualistic and liberal the U.S. is. And I do notice that I tend to be drawn to people who are more whitewashed. And when I say whitewashed, I mean like just grew up with more American influence, or they are like Western, like they come from the UK or they come from Australia. I tend to click with these people more, and it's not even like by choice. I know that like I have a tendency to like when I make friends online, I don't look at race or where you're from, and I just happen to click with certain people, and usually the people I click with are people who are in the States. Not all the time. I don't click with every American, but most of the people that I have really good connection with and really good conversations and friendships with are people who are culturally more Western.
You kicked my shoe when you were putting your shoe on. Like, it depends on how hard that kick was, but like you are living with a person, you are going to affect each other. So in that way, if this person is reliable, it's almost like neither of them likes the idea of someone else being in their shared space.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, why are you with anybody? Like, you don't want to hear talk. She doesn't want to see you move around.
This is after.
I don't know.
We have lived together for a bit over a year. It's like, bro.
How cool is the basement though?
Yeah, that's
Probably fucking cool.
Yeah, if they got like
Rad.
Nintendo games down there.
Yeah.
okay. The comments. OP, I hate to break it to you, but I think you two are on your way to a breakup. She's
Yeah.
not budging on her timing of complaining to you, and you're not budging on your very valid boundary of it. Most things can be worked out with a compromise, which is what you try to do, but some things are just deal breakers. If she continues, will it be a deal breaker for you? Can't blame you if it is. This next comment was abbreviated a little bit. This is very long. Someone said, oh boy, this is my space, LOL. I am a complainer. I will complain forever. I know it's because I grew up in a house where that was the norm. My family gatherings are just
I
all
see.
the
It's
women
just the
complaining and
nature
the
of
men
the
trying to
virtual
keep themselves
space.
out of it. My boyfriend
Yeah.
told me a few months ago in that he didn't want to just listen to me complain. So I don't, because I love him. And I know it's a horrible toxic trait that I have. At first I felt resistant. Why would he not want to listen if he loves me? Because complaining sucks. It sucks joy out of quality time.
Yeah.
It sucks love out of healthy relationships. The moment I catch myself staring down a rabbit hole of rants, I pause, I ask, I shut the hell up if it's not a good time. The crazy thing, I'm happier. He's happier. We talk about so many more fun things, but sometimes
No, actually, that's so good. I do think that like there are times where you're so heavily burdened that you have no choice but to rant and complain. But I don't think it's good to make a habit out of complaining because it's literally the opposite of gratitude. You pretty much program your mind to look at negativity, and it actually makes it easier for life to be unpleasant. And yeah, why make yourself miserable? You know, I would say complaining is like the opposite of gratitude. It has like just as much power as being grateful. Yeah, gratitude is powerful. So true. So yeah, I think it's also good to like if you catch yourself doing it a lot. I think one good thing would be to ask like, hey, is this a good time for me to share something like emotionally draining? Like, because you don't want to trauma dump on people. Like, you want to make sure they're in a headspace where they can receive it.
I do have to say things like, is there something you want to talk about? My brain is busy and I feel like I'm going to fill the silence with wasted complaining breaths. And then we usually end up having excellent conversations that leave me feeling refreshed, connected, and not like I'm going to punch a tree. It's way more fun. Sometimes we simply sit in silence. It's wild. If she is completely unwilling to see how her behavior is toxic, get the out. There is no reason to be surrounded in such negativity. There's a time and place for venting, ranting, complaining, and that time cannot be always. It will suck the joy out of you.
That is a person
great.
focused on healing. I love that.
Yeah,
That's
I'd give that
awesome.
a standing ovation if I ever felt
No,
anything.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm sitting like this, so I'm not gonna.
I totally agree with it. And yeah, I mean, if I'm this guy, if I put myself in this situation,
I'm gonna go
yeah,
get some
you break up
Snappies.
with this person. What the hell are you doing? Like, if they are consciously making, there's such a difference between, oh, they're a complainer and they complain, to they are purposefully waiting for the right time to complain, to really dig the knife. But if you're getting to the point where you're locking yourself in a room to be away from your partner, then don't be with that
That's
person.
awful.
Don't do that.
I don't know. I even brought it up earlier when it's like, oh, when someone rants and there's nothing you can say, and you're just like, like that's an easy fix. Like, I have been in that situation before where it's like it's the only way they can process, and that is really hard to hold space for that constantly. But I think your life can totally change if both parties are receptive. When someone goes like, hey, I definitely want to hear you, like, are you hoping to just vent right now, or do you want some help with
Absolutely.
solutions?
Absolutely.
And that's,
Right.
it's so helpful. And like,
Totally.
You just go like, what do you need from me right now?
yeah,
Sounding board, advice.
I want to give you what you
love.
need. I don't want to make any
Yeah.
mistakes with that.
Right.
But if somebody like is always just like vent, and that's the answer to the question every time, like that's something you can sort of talk about and be like, is there another way to go about this? Because I don't feel like I'm helping you.
There's also the very specific factor that she's complaining about him to him.
That's
a little different, because complaining is usually about kind of something
Work
like
or
I'm venting
life
about
or
something,
mom or-
but to say something directly to someone that's not complaining. You're criticizing.
Instigating
You're
a-
criticizing that person. They can't just be unaffected by it.
Right.
That's a different category for me, and so this is wild. I've never seen
Yeah.
people who hate each other this much that are for some reason sticking around.
I think they need a body pillow.
Well, I think I know one that just became available.
Hell yeah. Okay, this next story, the title is, it's probably might be the most shocking thing so far.
Okay.
We haven't been doing the DDR thing.
Oh yeah, what was the first one?
We gave the first one like a 2.
Wild.
Okay, first one was wild. What was that second one? The second one I think was,
That was more of like a 4.
I think a 4.
5.
Shocking just at the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
And what was the?
Crazy.
Okay.
All right, our next story, this title I think might be the most shocking thing so far.
Okay.
This comes from Today I F***ed Up. Today I F***ed Up by making a Lego butt plug.
I literally was
Oh my
just
gosh.
joking about Legos, but not butt plugs.
No.
Oh, I just thought about it. Sorry, sensory.
No. The little pegs on
Oh my
top.
gosh, okay.
The corners on
Thank
the.
you, Mango, for the redeem. What do you want to ask me? Thank you for the redeem. Speaking of butt plugs, though, I think the most shocking, if I had to ever write a Reddit story that had to shock people, it would be about my friend who went to the ER. Not because they were injured or anything. Like, I was really panicked. Like, why are you in the ER? Apparently, they were in the ER because their friend put a candlestick up his butt, and it the body heat from his anus melted the candle. So the candle got stuck in his asshole, and they had to go to the emergency ward to surgically remove the candle from his ass. Anyways, yeah, welcome back, Mosala. That was a very interesting time to come back. Welcome back. Mango says, do you have anyone or anything you're grateful for lately? I'm extremely grateful for my sister and for chat. I think when I was last night, when I was processing the conversation that I just told you guys about, the one with Sandra, I was really, really distressed. I was, even though I was praying about it, I just really needed someone to share the burden with. And I felt like I couldn't share it with anyone around me. Because my sisters are in the States, by the way. So we were like on the other side of the world, and I was just sending voice messages. Even though it was like early in the morning for them, they hadn't wake up yet. She took the time to call me and to check up on me. And she like acknowledged how I was feeling, and she was just really a good friend, like a really good sister to me. And after she was the one that told me it's okay to not trust your leaders. Like, I think I was really struggling with that, and I was second guessing whether or not I was valid or if I was allowed to feel the way I felt towards my leaders. And when she told me that, she told me it's okay to not trust them, I just felt like a weight lifted off me. So I'm really grateful for my sister. And I remember we ended the call with her like praying for me, and she was just so encouraging. I cried. I cried because like I just felt so loved. I felt really loved, and I felt really like I think you asked me earlier, like, if anyone was on my side. No one was on my side because I had no one I can talk about this with, because I didn't want drama. I don't want to blow things out of proportion, and I don't want to drag unnecessary people into it. But, like, just having that call with my sister made me feel less alone. And it was crazy because it's like, she's on the other side of the world, but she made me feel so seen and so heard. Yeah, this is U time. U time is on my head actually. Sorry, I took out me on accident. U is the bird on my head right now. So you just redeem U time. I'm grateful for that, and I'm really grateful for chat too. I'm really grateful that there are people here on my stream who are willing to provide me a completely unbiased. Well, I don't know if it's completely unbiased because I am the one telling the story, but I feel like it's the closest thing to unbiased I can get because you guys don't know me or the situation, but the fact that you guys are able to also commentate on it and like give me insight on it is very comforting as well, because it kind of validates the fact that like I'm not crazy, or like I am okay to feel the way I feel. which is something I struggle with a lot due to like I had a lot of manipulators in my life, and it took me a long time to cut them off and to heal from them. But I tend to gaslight myself a lot. Like I think I am the worst gaslighter to myself, so I can't have another gaslighter in my life because it's just too much. And I'm really learning, and I've come a long way to accept how I feel and to be okay with how I feel. Well, Celeste, should I give up my dreams or become a football star? Oh, what's your dreams? What do you dream of? I don't know what your dreams are.
Everything about this is so funny, man.
Oh no.
Well, I know stepping on a Lego.
Okay,
hurts, and I know
okay, guys,
suppositories
It
aren't
falls
fun.
apart inside.
I think this is gonna, the shock meter will be going up.
Like a pine cone
Okay.
to the gooch.
Here we go. When I was 13 to 14 and when I was 13 to 14 and I didn't know how to masturbate, I'm a guy, and I used to put objects in my ass for pleasure.
What?
It began with pens, marbles, etc.
I'm so sorry. I want to be respectful, but I'm trying so hard to keep a straight face.
Marbles! It began with pens, marbles, etc. I really wanted a butt plug, but my mom regularly checked my online purchases, and there was no way I was going to a physical sex shop. I used to have a huge box of Lego in my room, so I figured that was what I would go on to make my DIY butt toys with. I made some long cylinder shapes that I would put up my butt, an oil container that I would put cooking oil in and use as lube, and the most important, the butt plug. I used a ball-shaped Lego part that was supposed to be a rock and a circular part for the base. I even put glitter glue under the base to make it feel more real. Now, I had learned from my previous mistakes when I almost lost a marble up my ass. An appointment. We're talking about
wait, hold up. What? Wait. Sorry. I was not gay. Yeah, sure, bro.
And use as lube. And the most important, the
crazy
butt
story.
plug. I used a ball-shaped Lego part that was supposed to be a rock and a circular part for the base. I even put glitter glue under the base to make it feel more real. Now, I had learned from my previous mistakes when I almost lost a marble up my ass.
I know how to get it out.
Yeah, reverse Heimlich to the back.
And it's like, and the other kid playing is like, dang it!
Just cut.
How is it that he doesn't know how to masturbate, but he knows how to put things up his butt? Like, I'm so confused by that. Isn't it so much easier to just wank your dick compared to, like, putting stuff up your butt? Like, what?
Into a cop with like a kid dead on the ground, like 5 holes in the wall. Like, what do you think happened here, Jim?
It starts the Rube Goldberg machine. Okay.
Okay, gosh.
Okay. Now, I had learned from my previous mistakes when I almost lost a marble up my ass, so I secured the base so that it wouldn't fall off. I used to have this plug-in all the time, from when going to parties, the beach, or walks, etc. And the night before summer break in 7th grade, I was having a shower and had left the plug laying in my pants on the floor. Suddenly, my mom barges into the bathroom and says something that I don't remember. Then she looks at my pants on the floor, obviously seeing the butt plug, and awkwardly tells me to remember to pick my pants up. I went to bed immediately after the shower, embarrassed as hell, and the next morning I destroyed my butt plug and every other Lego butt toy that I had made. After that day, my family started telling me from time to time that they support me for whoever I am and what gender I love, etc. They had barely ever talked about that before. I was not gay, and I still am not. Okay, we have a,
Was that the end of the story?
That's the end of that story, but I feel we should put this update. An update. I created a Brick.io representation of what it looks like.
No.
I want to see what it looks like.
Now,
Oh my
Jesus
God.
now,
This looks like someone put a sausage inside an apple, but it's ready to launch into space.
I was gonna say that's like something out of
Oh,
Blade Runner. Like,
oh my
There's
God.
edges on the rock part.
yeah, it's. Now, my question too. Well, I've got 1,000.
Only question.
The only question I have, the thing I'll start with is like, okay,
Oh my gosh.
that right there is on the ground on pants. Mom barges in and is just like, don't forget your penis or whatever she yelled to her son, and then looks at the pants, looks back up and says, remember to pick up your pants. The mother like bursts in, looks at that and clocks like, you know, hi son, whatever. My son made a butt plug out of Legos. Anyway, don't forget your pants. Click. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Right.
I don't know what that is now.
Yeah, what is
She's
that?
busy complaining.
About a body pillow. We need to keep stacking. Yeah, like a Lego.
We only have 2 comments. Someone said, I'm the one who decided to open Reddit today. It is my fault. Someone else said, Batman couldn't get this out of me.
Batman could get this. I'm sorry.
Batman.
He's a really good detective.
He could kick you really hard and it would come out.
So hard. See, wake me that butt plug.
Someone said, so did you manage to find a girl who was into Pago?
Wow.
There it is.
I feel
Oh, yeah,
like,
it's so
do I need to
good.
talk about
It's
butt
actually so
plugs?
funny.
I talked about the body pillows, Tommy. Let's, you know,
Let the expert handle
so
this
funny.
one.
we're both here for a reason, okay? They cast us both.
No, I mean, this,
Yeah, that would hurt. That's crazy.
Lego Ideas is probably developing something.
Yeah,
you know,
they made the bonsai tree.
they made the bonsai tree.
Right. Now
they're
Next is
like-
butt plug.
They have Lego Technic or whatever it used to be. Where you can
Bionicle.
turn the wheel. Yeah, Bionicles. Yeah, the Numato or whatever.
I am shocked this shit didn't break
mask?
apart in his ass.
Absolutely.
Shocked.
He's walking around. He's going to the beach with this.
Yeah, gets hit by one wave.
One wrong sneeze, it's going.
It's the sparkle
A thing that
glitter.
shocks me
And
that
the
I've
glitter
heard
glue,
about
Sorry,
a-
it's the glitter glue. The glitter glue kept it together.
Lot is when doctors talk about the amount of things that people put up their butt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just all sorts of crazy stuff. I mean, marbles. I'm like, dude, that's not smart.
No.
Like as you said,
Well, it
there's
was-
nothing wrong with butt toys, but be safe. Don't
Oh
put.
my gosh, speaking of shocking stories, you want to hear the most shocking story I've ever heard? You guys ready for it? I should give a disclaimer. If you guys want to hear it, it is worse than the dolphin story. So, if you don't want to hear it, you can tell me you don't want to hear it and I won't talk about it. But there is like a really shocking story that I know.
Put things up there that aren't going to come back out.
He was smart to have a base on it.
He constructed this well,
Yeah.
but
But
yeah, shocking scale. That was
shocking scale, I'm gonna say
9.
8 or 9.
Yeah,
That was a lot.
it was
Shocking
pretty
scale's a
wild.
9.
What's your?
Whoa, you're losing it.
Up your ass.
Up your ass.
Okay.
Owie.
Tango says I definitely want to hear your story. Sarah says you can talk about it if you want to. I'll just mute for a bit. Okay, tell about the story. So basically, there's this woman. You can hear the first part, Skylar, and then once it gets too much, you can mute me. Huh? There's a woman who went to jail. She's on trial right now, I think. I don't know if her trial's over, but she's on trial because she was sent. She's going to prison for animal abuse. And the animal she abused was a live fish. I think it was a mackerel. Like one of the, you know those like long thin fishes? She put a live mackerel up her pussy and suffocated it to death. And she filmed it while she was on a yacht. I think she was on some kind of boat or yacht. And she like, yeah, fished out the live fish, put it in her hoo-ha, and just like suffocated it to death. And she was like the video is like you can see it wriggling, and she's like, ooh, I can feel it wriggling in my hoo-ha. And yeah, people were outraged by the video, and they yeah, I honestly I don't know. And I believe she should be put in prison, but I wonder like what is the crime called? Is the crime just straight up like bestiality, animal abuse? I'm assuming it's in that realm. But yeah, that's the most shocking story I know. It's crazy. I was like, damn, people are freaking wild.
This next story comes from the Too Hot Takes subreddit, so shout out to Morgan
These are the
over at Too Hot Takes. We're big fans.
Yeah.
My boyfriend gave me a pros and cons list about me as part of our anniversary present.
What the hell?
Oh.
Wow.
That's stellar. Woo. Happy anniversary. You don't do the dishes.
Yeah.
I have some notes.
Okay.
Great first year.
Here we
Oreo.
go. I met my boyfriend on Tinder in the beginning of my freshman year of college. I was a very naive 18-year-old. I'd been on dates, but I'd never been in a relationship, and I hadn't even had my first kiss yet. I was pretty miserable my first couple of weeks after moving in, and so I got Tinder, and there I matched with a bunch of guys who went to my school. One of them I thought was pretty attractive. He was a junior and a brother in a good but notorious frat. He told me to come to his frat parties, so I went with some girls I'd met at orientation. There he took me upstairs and we made out, but I think he could tell I was very inexperienced, so nothing more happened. I pretty much fell in love with him, even though we'd said about 3 words to each other. I didn't see him until a couple of weeks later when he invited me to a party he was throwing. I was expecting us to at least hook up, but when we got there, he was clearly with another girl, and there were tons of other random girls who I assumed he was also hooking up with. I was naive, but not an idiot, so I forced myself to get over it, and I didn't see him until my spring semester, when I drank too much and he ended up at my dorm, and I lost my virginity to him. I didn't see him again until the fall semester of my sophomore year. We hooked up the first week we were back on campus. I still didn't catch feelings again, though, until we started to hook up regularly every week. At that point, I was again pretty much in love with him, although this time I did have reasons beyond just him being a large, attractive, popular man. We weren't dating, but we got to know each other, and I saw his many virtues. However, it was still clear to me that he wasn't into me in that way, and that I was one of a number of women he was sleeping with, so I didn't say anything and I kept it casual. He also had a pretty terrible reputation as a boy, even amongst his frat brothers. His Instagram comments were usually filled with them saying things like, horniest man alive, and all 2,500 of his followers are his girlfriends. He graduated at the end of that spring semester, and we saw each other one last time before. It was incredibly intimate and really cemented everything I felt for him. So after we both left campus, I confessed to him that I really liked him, and that I wasn't okay with just hooking up with him anymore, for my own sanity. Miraculously, he said he also had feelings for me, and he asked me out on a real date. We started dating and have been together since, and the whole time has been healthy and happy for us. Last Thursday was our 1-year anniversary of becoming official. He got me an incredibly thoughtful gift basket, including some jewelry, a painting, and a card. In the card, though, was a printed picture of a pros and cons list on a whiteboard. He explained to me that he saw my confessional message when he was hanging out with his brother. My boyfriend said he really didn't know what to do and wasn't sure if he wanted anything more with me, but he was tired of sleeping around and wanted a stable relationship. So his brother said he should make a pros and cons list of me, and he did. Here's a paraphrase of the list. Pros: cute, great ass, good in bed, horny, likes me a lot, sweet, lots of friends, doesn't go out too much, close to her family, really smart and academically successful, good future ahead of her, and definitely not a gold digger, would do wifey duties. Cons: kind of a slut, met on Tinder, frat rat, blacks out a lot, doesn't care a lot about her appearance, kind of nerdy. Based on that, he apparently decided to ask me out to dinner and then decided what to do based on how it went, and it went well enough that we started dating. He showed it to me with nothing but good intentions, but I was absolutely floored for obvious reasons. I have been pretending to be sick since then as I figure out what to do. On the one hand, he is my dream man, and I am so glad to be with him. He has been nothing but incredible to me, and we have a great...
Do you really want your dream man to be thinking of you that way? That's terrible. Oh my gosh, please be kinder to yourself.
Great relationship. And logically, I know that he wasn't in love with me or anything when he asked me out, as I'm sure he had some idea of how I felt, and he never did anything about it. But it still hurts to think that his feelings towards me were so ambivalent that he needed a goddamn pros and cons list to just ask me out. I can't really talk about this to anyone in my life, as a lot of them already dislike him, and I don't want to bias them anymore. So I thought I would ask here, what can I possibly do? I like to think that I have more self-respect than this, but I really love him and don't want to cause conflict in our relationship over something he definitely didn't think would hurt me.
I love that it was like him trying to buy the right Kia Optima or something. He was like, good airbags, great mileage,
Awesome ass.
Awesome
like
ass.
the Kia.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
To then be like, yeah, I can't show it to my friends because none of them like them. I'm just like, I wonder why.
Huh.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
actually really
strange.
It's like,
big red
oh, he's your
flag.
dream man, but your dream man like decided to
That's
be
a
with
huge
you
red
because he
flag.
wanted to settle down and you were right there.
Yeah, well, it's time. I don't know. It's hard because clearly this person is so young.
I don't think I could date someone that all my friends hate. Because I would be so screwed if, you know, like if I have a falling out with my partner, like my friends are just going to be like, I told you so. I told you so. I'll be like, okay, yeah, yep, you're right. So like I need at least a good handful of my friends to like my partner for us to date.
And it's the kind of thing where, like, they're gonna look back 5 years from now, hopefully less, and be like, oh my God, what was I thinking, you know? But it's those kind of lessons you need to learn. There's all sorts of things where she has just been emotionally tied to this person, and he's been kind of her only source of any kind of physical romance.
Right.
So, like, it's natural to feel that way. Like, my first relationship in college, I was a freshman, she was a senior, and when she graduated and moved away, I had that thought of, like, damn, am I supposed to, like, ask her to marry me? Like, this could be it. I feel emotions for the first time. And it's like, no, mother, you've been in a relationship for 3 months and you're gonna meet other people. Like, but you have that feeling. So I feel bad
Yeah,
for this person.
yeah. There's definitely a naivete. I do feel bad for her. God, for him to then give it to her
That's crazy.
as a gift,
Yeah,
and be
that's-
like,
that's
look,
the shocking
I decided to
part.
date you. It's
I looked
just like,
past all this stuff.
it's like,
But
holy shit.
Do you
that
realize that like the fact that he's willing to give it to her means that like he actually doesn't give a shit about her. Like I feel like that's just a telltale sign that like he doesn't respect her, because anyone with like decent, like you can't even say like, oh, he's just a dumb guy move, you know, you're just being a dude, you're just stupid move. It's like no, I feel like any grown ass person would not. If I care about what you think about me and I want you to have a good opinion of me, there's that. Sophia! What the hell? That hurt. Oh my gosh, my dog bit me. Oh, why did you do that? Yeah, no, he, wow. The
That means
disrespect.
he's like standing by what he wrote on that
Yeah.
whiteboard. He's like, yeah. So like, you know, even though you're kind of a slut,
That's the big one for me, too.
It's crazy.
He's known as the horniest man alive among all of his frat bros, but he's like, yo, she's kind of a slut. I'm like, great, why don't you both be then?
It's that thing that you always say of like, you're young. What are we doing?
No, if someone disrespects, I mean, they could disrespect you half as much as this, and it'd be worth leaving. It's like, yeah, you're 22. Don't
Don't do this.
Yeah.
don't. Like, you're gonna trust that this guy's gonna change.
Maybe, but not with you.
Not with you, and probably not anytime soon.
No.
Like, that's with that blatant of behavior.
Yeah.
No, this guy's a mess. And he's only gotten affirmation to act like this for so long. He has been conditioned to be this way so hardcore that one person is not going to change it.
No.
He's not going to probably change until late 20s, early 30s at best.
Yeah, I'm like, I see a 40-year-old man being like, damn.
It's
crazy.
possible he'll keep getting away with this.
He can't keep getting away with
this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
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 No, this is insane. Bunch of comments. Yet you were a virgin the first time you guys had sex. Yeah, that sounds like a real slut to me. Someone, I mean, that's what's also kind of confusing. It's like,
Right.
this is, none of this tracks. Someone said, these dudes invite these girls to their parties and then call them frat rats. Jeez. Someone said boy math.
Yeah.
Someone said, my daughter's boyfriend once gave her a list of her cons. She was heartbroken. I'll tell you what I told her. No matter what you did in the past, you deserve better in the future. Thankfully, she listened to me, and 10 years later, she has a fantastic husband with 2 children. I don't even know you, and I can honestly say that you not only deserve someone better, but that you're too good for him. There's no excuse for giving lists out unless everything on it is good, especially for an anniversary gift. Lastly, someone said, yikes on bikes. This story is nothing but red flags. You need to get some self-love, because the bar you have is literally down in hell.
And they brought a shovel.
All right. Do we like Yikes on Bikes or Sweet Bees better?
Actually
Sweet
kinda like
Bees.
them both.
Sweet Bees is awesome.
I
Sweet
literally-
Bees. Well, Sweet Bee. Yikes on Bikes.
Oh, honey buns. I kind of like them both. I know I said that earlier, but like I say like stuff like that all the time. Like, oh, beans. Like, oh, biscuits. I like cute curses.
What would you do? Okay, hypothetical here.
Okay.
If you found a pros and cons list that a partner made for you,
Okay.
how would you handle that? Like now, obviously, if they because if they give you this
It's
as
like-
an anniversary gift, I think that's crazy.
That's nuts.
Right.
I don't think there's anything. The problem is a pros and cons list is always fine, but it's the things he's writing that are super disrespectful and insane.
It's very judgmental because like when it comes to cons, like it's never gonna feel good, but I love communication. When you're dating somebody or you're with a partner, it's like, hey, you know, sometimes I've noticed when you say this thing, it sounds kind of like this. Is that what you're meaning? Or, you know, is there something I can do better? Like that stuff is not easy, but it's so workable and you can both be so comfortable and happy when you find that right level of communication. But him just being like, slut, frat rat, like all these things, it's huge judgments on her as like, you know, a person and being like kind of nerdy, like will do wifely duties. Like this is all like objectifying in a really gross way.
All of it, literally all of it. Because
Yeah.
even academically successful, it's not like, oh, she has this cool dream and she really goes for it. It's like
Right.
it's all about her
It's
achievements. It's all
the
objective.
math
Makes
of it.
him look
There's no
good.
soul involved.
Also, a
Be good at
con
math
is
while she's
one of
cleaning.
his cons is met on Tinder. It's like you were there too. No, this reeks of like the worst kind of misogyny that is just not worth trying
It
to
also
fix.
like, I feel like a pros and cons list is something that you can do as a self-exercise if you're at a spot where it's like, am I about to like end this?
Right.
Like if you're deeply confused and you need to write out like what you need, that's a personal thing that you can do.
To write out a pros and cons list in order to decide if you're going to date someone is, I think, a little bit
Crazy.
weirder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's something
It's like an end of. It's like the
Yes.
last straw, kind of like, well, let me see what.
And those
it's
pros
worth.
and cons need to be like detailed, specific things, not great ass.
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, she's got banging baps. She does eat my family's heirlooms as a joke. No,
Really good with Legos.
so good with Legos. Body pillow connoisseur.
Okay. Update. This
And
is
I
a
love
big
that.
update.
Please be single.
And I
Please
love
learn how to
that.
be single.
All right. Yeah, please. Okay. Everyone's comments were a real wake-up call. I did already realize at least somewhat that the entire time we'd known each other before dating, he had treated me like crap, but I justified being with him by saying that he'd changed because I'd won him.
No.
But the pros and cons list made me realize really just how little he thought of me, and
Yep.
giving it to me made me think that he still felt the same way towards me. It also made me realize that in his mind, he was settling for me, and that he probably only really liked me for the things I did for him. I also realized that although that was fine for a little, he is really hot, to be honest, I definitely didn't want to have kids or spend the rest of my life with a man who didn't actually like or respect me. I also did make my own list, as some of the comments said, which made me realize how much I was willing to overlook for an attractive man. I would never give it to him because even though a lot of people seem to think I don't really love him, I do care about him a lot for some reason and would never do anything to hurt him. But here is the list. Pros.
Yes! Yes!
Awesome.
Pros. 6'2", big, attractive, popular, good job and makes a lot of money, close to family, can be sweet, pays for things, submissive.
Wow.
Well, that was a hard left turn.
I know that last one's that might be
Specific
big
and
shock.
breathable.
Wise finance.
With a nice little waist.
Cons. NPC has no. That's crazy work.
That's hilarious.
Has no hobbies or interests. Drinks a lot. Clearly doesn't respect me. Kind of stupid. Not interesting.
Oh my God.
Hardly an intellectual.
Giving himbo energy.
Not well read. Don't have a lot to talk about together. Friends don't like him. Not good in bed. Damn. Okay. My list made me realize that not only does he kind of have nothing going for him, but being with him also reflects pretty terribly on myself and my values.
Yep.
I'm not really ashamed of myself because I met him when I was 18, but I hope I will not be this shallow of a person for my whole life. So I broke up with him this morning over coffee. He wasn't really upset and was just kind of like, damn, okay.
Right. Exactly.
We cannot be surprised.
Does that mean we can't bone no more?
Yeah.
Man.
He was just like, okay.
NPC.
He did try to convince me to stay, but I was firm and we are officially broken up. I blocked him on everything because I have no self-respect when it comes to him, and I have no doubt he would try to booty call me soon if I didn't. My friends are all actually thrilled and are hosting a party for me tonight. God damn.
They're so happy that they're
Hate that guy.
Awesome.
Oh
my family was also pretty relieved. They didn't hate him, but
That's so nice. My friends did that for me when I broke up with Normie. They're like, let's celebrate. That was really nice. It's really sweet.
they thought he was really stupid. And I think they're happy I won't be polluting the family lineage with idiocy on that level. So thank you everyone for the wake-up call. I guess I will see how adult life without him in it goes. I love how all of her cons were just like, he's dumb.
I'm like, you are padding the list a little bit.
Yeah,
there was
she's like,
5 sort of synonyms there.
Kind of stupid, not interesting, hardly an
He's just
intellectual,
hot.
not
NPC.
well read. Yeah,
He's
it's
good in bed. He's just hot.
He's done.
NPCs.
That's crazy.
Savage.
Pretty devastating.
That's hard.
To be fair, he's always like, Gray Man or Battleborn? Have you been to the Cloud Districts? Of course you have.
Oh man! Wow.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
goodness that ended the right way.
That was
Love that.
that was condensed. Like I was like, I hope she learns soon how to be single. Just what a satisfying once. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So good.
Damn,
That's a good
sucks.
one.
Just
That's a
because
good
they're
story.
pretty don't mean that they're good. Shock scale?
That was like an 8. There
Really?
parts of it were like an 8.
Parts of it. I'd say parts.
So the
7,
fact
8.
that he gave that to
Six.
her,
That's
I think it's a 6.
the part.
I also think it's look, they're young and I
my God, thank you
forget
for the
what it's like when
redeem.
you're that age.
Thank you for asking me. Ask if anything redeemed. What do you want to ask? Do you have a favorite video game NPC? Ooh. That's a good question. Can you stop biting me? Thanks. Let me think. I don't play a lot of games, so. What counts as an NPC? Like, do side characters count as NPCs? I think that girl from, if you played through the Sumeru story quest in Genshin, there was like this NPC girl who was like really sick, right? She's like friends with Dea. I forgot her name. I think she's a pretty cool NPC. I don't know if I would say she's like my favorite NPC, but I think she's a cool NPC. Oh my gosh, no, I take it back. My favorite NPC in a video game is Nurse Joy. We gotta appreciate Nurse Joy from Pokemon. Yeah. I think that's my answer. What about y'all? Do you guys have a favorite NPC?
But like shocking that
Exactly. And she's cute. She's cute and pink and she's, you know, she's working hard. I respect her.
she tolerated this and was like, he can be sweet sometimes. I'm like, you're talking about a guy who's actively just like, you're kind of a slut.
I think every person can be sweet sometimes. That's not really a
Yeah.
That's not a
Yeah.
quality. If
That's
you're putting a
true.
sometimes in there, you need to start.
That's-
You need to question that sometimes.
It's wild because like I have so many conversations with friends when they're going through stuff, or maybe they start seeing somebody and they're like, I don't know how I feel yet. And 99% of the time, it's like, I don't know, but like they listen to me when I talk and
That's like,
they
wow, that's
enjoy
really
my company. And I'm like, that's
That's
bare
the
minimum.
base level.
That's bare minimum. What did you have before? And you know, so,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. It should never be like, oh, well, occasionally this thing happens. It's like, no, that should be the norm.
That should be the norm.
Like it should be a flat out, they are this way.
yeah,
And it should be out of character
Right.
that they don't do that.
right.
Can we get a DDR?
Ow! Ow! Oh!
Is that a real one?
No, I'm running out.
You're running out.
I'm running out.
That was
There's
an 8?
I would say like a 7.
Okay.
That was a 7.
You're the most. Well, I'm losing the plot here. Where it's like, was it like, wow, perfect? When it's a 10, or is it like, oh,
you
you're
decide.
bad? Like,
You made this scale.
You did it.
Because I have serum on my
I've had this dream. Like, it's you. I'm like, I'm on camera.
Today's Reddit Stories is brought to you by Factor. Sweater weather pairs perfectly with savory fall.
Yeah, Nurse Joy is a good answer, right? And she never messes up. Unlike real people, Nurse Joy never misplaces what I give her. I give her the Pokemon, she heals them, gives them back to me. She's consistent. And I like that in a woman. I like that in people.
Foods, but with your busy schedule, sometimes it's hard to eat the way you'd like to. That's where Factor comes in. Their chefs do the shopping and shopping to bring you fresh, never frozen, fully cooked meals right to your doorstep. They've got 35 different wholesome options for you. They've got keto, calorie smart, gourmet plus, veggie, and vegan. They've got everything to suit your lifestyle. All of them are ready in just 2 minutes, delivered straight to your door. No prep, no mess. They include premium ingredients like filet mignon, blackened salmon, shrimp. It's good. They've also got breakfast options, smoothies, midnight snacks. Anything you're craving, I guarantee you Factor has it. I've made tons of Factor meals here at the office on our busy days, and it's so simple, and I feel great. It fuels me up to read more Reddit stories. So if you're interested, head to factormeals.com/pitreddit50 and use code pitreddit50 to get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month. That's code pitreddit50 at factormeals.com/pitreddit50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month. Today's Reddit Stories is also brought to you by ZocDoc. In life, there's a lot of things you can put off, you know, laundry, cleaning out the garage, your fridge, I don't know. There's tons of things, you don't need to do it right now. But one thing you shouldn't put off is your health. And ZocDoc is the healthcare app that makes prioritizing your health easy. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skin care, and much more. Plus, ZocDoc appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. The app is incredible. When I downloaded it, I was amazed at how simple they made it. And finding a doctor can be very complicated. Not with ZocDoc, they make it so simple. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/pitreddit to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/pitreddit. ZocDoc.com/pitreddit. Back to you, Beard Shane. Next story. This comes from Today I F***ed Up. Today I f***ed up by not telling my doctor how many Tic Tacs I eat per day.
Oh.
Okay.
Orally?
Yeah, Tommy, I was literally thinking in what orifice? And are they Lego?
Tic Tac Lego.
So I'm absolutely obsessed with the fruit adventure flavor of Tic Tacs. The flavor combined with the soft smush they make between your teeth when you chew them makes my brain very happy. I've been buying them in bulk, where each container has 200 candies each, and they come in bulk packs of 12 containers. I tend to eat them by the handful while I'm working or gaming, so in a day I can easily slam through 1 to 2 containers. Now, keep in mind that on the nutritional label, it says the serving size is 1 candy and is listed as having 0 calories, which I thought was awesome because I could have as many as I want.
That's not how that works.
That's 400 candies for anyone keeping track at home.
Over the past year, I found that I gained about 40 pounds, and nothing about my eating habits has changed as far as I was aware. I told my doctor about it, and she was a bit worried. So she had me do a bunch of blood work to see if there was a reason why I gained so much weight in a short period of time. Everything came back normal. She referred me to see a weight loss doctor who would also have me see a dietitian. I have been working with the dietitian for a few months now, and we have me keep a food log. I had a virtual visit with her today, and during it, I was fiddling around with an empty container to keep my hands busy. She saw it and asked where I got such a large container from. So I told her about it and how I eat 1 to 2 of those per day. She asked me why those weren't on my food tracker, and I said it was because there's 0 calories, so they wouldn't count. Apparently, I was very, very wrong about this. She explained to me that food companies can label something as being 0 calories if the food's serving size contains 5 or less calories. In reality, each individual Tic Tac actually has about 2 calories. So essentially, since each container has 200 pieces, and I typically have 1 to 2 of those, I've been eating 400 to 800 plus calories per day of Tic Tacs.
Right.
Also, that's 4 grams per carb usually, right? So that's all sugar for the most part. So if that's 800, that's 100 grams of sugar per day, motherfucker. What are you?
That's crazy.
Sorry.
In addition to all the other food I've been eating, which is very likely why I've gained so much weight. Yeah, it's like a very, like, no fiber, all sugar. Like, it's just really bad for you.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the Bo tradition of the spray butter. We're like 0 calories.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That,
and it's like 1/3 of a
Smart Balance
spray.
spray butter. Yeah.
It does speak to
28,000
the
servings per.
It does speak to the sliminess of the food industry where they can mislabel things. Like, I still always hate how sugar doesn't have to show the daily percentage.
Right.
Like, that's the one that they get to, like, skate by. And I'm like, that's the one you need the most.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if they showed it, you'd realize, like, a
Like,
can
oh,
of Coke
fuck.
is like 70% of your.
It's like 58 grams of sugar. Which
It's
is
insane,
nuts.
man. But them listing as 0 calories is just a blatant lie.
Yeah.
Like, each one is 2 calories. Now, that's taken as most people eat Tic Tacs. It's nothing.
Right.
Now,
But it's still important to know.
when I was a kid, we used to go on like family bike rides all the time. And sometimes we would stop by a store on the way back, maybe an ice cream shop, but usually like, oh, we got to pick something up from like Kmart or whatever. So sometimes I would be allowed to get like one of those containers of orange Tic Tacs. So good. Like even the sensory thing you described, so good. Those would not last particularly
Oh, hey,
long.
Dano. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I was away. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Dano. Welcome, Raiders. I'm so sorry. I was out. I was taking care of my dog. Dano says I do have to restart my PC. So take care, Tiff and chat. Y'all show each other love. Thank you. I'll take good care of your chat. Okay, what did I miss? What is this? I didn't tell my doctor how many Tic Tacs I eat per day. How many Tic Tacs was this person eating? Okay, I'm gonna replay the story. I missed a lot.
Next story. This comes from Today I F***ed Up. Today I f***ed up by not telling my doctor how many Tic Tacs I eat per day.
Oh,
Okay.
Orally?
yeah, Tommy, I was literally thinking in what orifice? And are they Lego?
Tic Tac Lego.
So I'm absolutely obsessed with the fruit adventure flavor of Tic Tacs. The flavor combined with the soft smush they make between your teeth when you chew them makes my brain very happy. I've been buying them in bulk, where each container has 200 candies each, and they come in bulk packs of 12 containers. I tend to eat them by the handful while I'm working or gaming, so in a day I can easily slam through 1 to 2 containers. Now, keep in mind that on the nutritional label, it says the serving size is 1 candy and is listed as having 0 calories, which I thought was awesome because I could have as many as I want.
That's not how that works.
That's 400 candies for anyone keeping track at home.
Crazy.
Over the past year, I found that I gained about 40 pounds, and nothing about my eating habits has changed as far as I was aware. I told my doctor about it, and she was a bit worried. So she had me do a bunch of blood work to see if there was a reason why I gained so much weight in a short period of time. Everything came back normal. She referred me to see a weight loss doctor who would also have me see a dietitian. I have been working with the dietitian for a few months now, and we have me keep a food log. I had a virtual visit with her today, and during it, I was fiddling around with an empty container to keep my hands busy. She saw it and asked where I got such a large container from. So I told her about it and how I eat 1 to 2 of those per day. She asked me why those weren't on my food tracker, and I said it was because they're 0 calories, so they wouldn't count. Apparently, I was very, very wrong about this. She explained to me that food companies can label something as being 0 calories if the food's serving size contains 5 or less calories. In reality, each individual Tic Tac actually has about 2 calories. So essentially, since each container has 200 pieces, and I typically have 1 to 2 of those, I've been eating 400 to 800 plus calories per day of
That's
Tic Tacs.
crazy.
Also, that's 4 grams per carb usually, right? So that's all sugar for the most part.
Yeah.
So if that's 800, that's 100 grams of sugar per day, motherfucker. What are you?
That's crazy.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
In addition to all the other food I've been eating, which is very likely why I've gained so much weight. Yeah, it's like a very like no fiber, all sugar. Like it's just really bad.
I love
Yeah.
how you
Yeah.
got like, oh, it's no calories, so I
Sometimes-
could eat a bunch of these. I don't think that's how it works, buddy.
You know, the Bo tradition of the spray butter. We're like 0 calories.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That,
and it's like 1/3 of a
Smart Balance
spray.
spray butter.
Yeah.
It does speak to
28,000
the
servings per.
It does speak to the sliminess of the food industry where they can mislabel things. Like I still always hate how sugar doesn't have to show the daily percentage.
Right.
Like that's the one that they get to like skate by. And I'm like, that's the one you need the most.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if they showed it, you'd realize like a
Like,
can
oh,
of Coke
fuck.
is like 70% of your.
It's like 58 grams of sugar. Which
It's
is
insane,
nuts.
man. But them listing as 0 calories is just a blatant lie.
Yeah.
Like each one is 2 calories. Now that's taken as most people eat Tic Tacs. It's nothing.
Right.
Now,
But it's still important to know.
I'll say, when I was a kid,
Yeah,
we used to
it
go on
is
like
false
family
labeling
bike rides
straight
all the
up.
time. And sometimes we would stop by a store on the way back, maybe
Ooh,
an
I
ice
like
cream
that.
shop, but usually like, oh, we got to pick something up from like Kmart or whatever. So sometimes I would be allowed to get like one of those containers of orange Tic Tacs. So good. Like even the sensory thing you described, so good. Those would not last particularly long. So I understand how easy it is to like shovel through them. But the factor for me that's like, oh yeah, you screwed up is like, you're going to see a dietitian. Like, even if you think it's 0 calories, be like, oh, you'd be so proud of me actually because all of my candy consumption is this 0 calorie thing. Like, be
Yeah,
wrong,
true.
but to be that wrong for that long and not even question, like, well, I don't know, like,
Yeah, because if you're putting in time and money
Yeah.
into something, you might as well. It's kind of like if you go to see a therapist and you're not going to tell them like,
Right.
what's
Your
really
dad
going
trauma.
on. Yeah, it's like no, you're paying for this,
yeah.
or you're putting into your health care or your health insurance. Like you use it. Like really tell them because there's no like any information you could give them is good information.
Yeah.
It's also maybe not her fault. Because, like, she didn't know, you know?
No, I mean,
It's like
I'm
she
not.
didn't know about the calorie thing.
Like I said, that's the sliminess of the food industry.
Right, exactly.
They say that 0 calories, that's a lie.
Right. So she got scammed.
You are putting something in your mouth. Like if I'm going to a dietitian for whatever reason, I would tell them like, oh, I chew gum. Like I would tell them anything, or I would tell them how much water I'm drinking. Like you feel like you would just let them know.
You would.
The doctor is clocking a real thing that is a real worry, which is without like my diet has not changed, but suddenly I gained 40 pounds in the span of a year.
Yeah.
That could be a real thing that happens
Sure.
to people, and that
Right.
could be a very dangerous thing. Like,
Right, it could-
What is going on in your
There's a
system?
medical thing that's
So if I'm that person, I'd be scared, and I'd be
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I want to give you all the information I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reality is, the information's out there.
they
And the
stopped.
reality is too that this is good news that it was that you were eating a bunch of Tic Tacs.
There's a direct cause.
So there's not an issue with like I don't know your thyroid or whatever
Yeah.
it is
That's a
that
good
causes
thing.
that. Like this is good news,
Right.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they're not like pre-diabetic even. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comments. Someone said, "Bro ate 40 pounds of Tic Tacs." Someone said, "Tic Tacs are small enough to legally be labeled sugar-free, even though they're almost pure sugar." Someone said, "I just finished a diploma in the medical field. We were warned about people like you, OP. I wish I was joking."
Damn.
They told tales.
I
of
will
people
say,
like
I will
you.
say, I have read a lot on Reddit of stories of like how misinformed and uninformed people are, and that's I think it's like on purpose. I think it's
Yeah.
on purpose so that companies can sell people things.
course.
It kind of reminds me of when it's like sugary cereals, and it's like it's a healthy part of a balanced breakfast.
Yeah.
And the balanced breakfast is like toast, oatmeal, fruit. It's like you can
It's-
put those cereals. That's
not-
the
It's an
breakfast.
entire breakfast without it.
Yeah.
It's like a green salad, and you're like, oh, it's a part of a nutritional meal.
I ate almost a whole container of Tums once.
That's great.
Have you
What are
pooped yet?
Tums?
They were delicious. I was in middle school.
Have you pooped yet?
Tums?
It's a whole container of Tums.
We're building it up.
Okay.
We're holding on to it.
Real corked up.
Lastly, someone said, honestly, it's all critical thinking. I don't care what the someone eats. If you are slamming 200 to 400 of literally anything and feel a significant change in your health, then first thing you should question
True,
is
it's
that thing you are
critical
over-consuming. First rule of eating, eat anything in moderation. Too much of anything is bad for you.
being as generous as possible with this. Like, you don't know somebody's upbringing. Like, someone can really lack all possible nutritional information for themselves. I would like to think that, yes, if you were chugging 400 of anything, you might think of that as a clue for something, but like, I'm glad they're getting healthy, supposedly.
Yeah, they know now, which is the good news.
Yeah. And again, just want to be super clear here, like, not shaming anybody. I know none of us are. Like, some people are naturally on the bigger side. That happens. That's fine. Gaining 40 pounds through sugar consumption is dangerous. Yeah. So
Totally.
Should we shock factor?
Yeah, what was our shock factor on that? I think that wasn't as
5,
shocking.
4.
It was like a 5. It was just like, okay.
I think
go
it's
take a
4.
nap.
I also am curious. I want to see these 200, these big containers. Of
I think the
Tic Tacs.
shock factor
Should
is
we
the
order
fact
some
that
bulk
they
just to
didn't
see?
Because they
know
must be
that
bigger. Definitely
why
seem
they were
tiny.
gaining weight. That's the
Okay.
shock
You know what
factor.
sucks too
Like,
about
how
Tic
can
Tacs?
you be
What?
that stupid?
I don't know if they've changed it, but when I was a kid,
Is
there'd be
my
2 that would be like
question.
side by side toward the end that would just
Not
get
so much so.
stuck side
Wow,
by side.
you're eating
Like,
so many Tic Tacs.
and you can't get it off.
Really,
Is
though,
that is
how
anyone
do you
working on
not
fixing that,
realize
or are we just
that?
trying to fix COVID or
That
something?
was the reason why you were gaining weight.
I know what priority I care about.
I've never had the fruit ones. It makes me want to try some.
What's
should
it
try
like
being
to be
fruity.
you?
I'm going to try having 200 of them.
There you go.
I, a 28-year-old woman, found out my husband, a 29-year-old man, has been telling his coworkers that I'm his sister.
Oh.
What do I do? Please help.
Oh,
Huh?
that's weird.
Yep. Throwaway
Abraham,
account because
is
I
that
don't use or
you?
understand Reddit, but
Is that Abraham?
I really need advice from someone not connected to me or my husband. My husband, I'll call him Josh, and I have been together for 6 years, married for 4, and we don't have kids. We have a really healthy and communicative relationship. We're both pretty easygoing, and I really love him. He started working at a large accounting firm about 3 years ago, and from what he tells me, he loves it there. He's made a lot of friends through his job, and he goes out with them for drinks and social events quite often, and I've been totally okay with that. I'm quite introverted, so I've never been interested in meeting his colleagues or work friends, nor have I asked to. I've got my own circle of friends, and I'm fine with us having separate friend groups. After what happened yesterday, it only just occurred to me that he has never actually asked me if I'd like to meet any of them, or go to one of his work events. I guess that's important context. Anyway, I'll start with what happened a few months ago, that I had brushed off until now. I was at a bar with some friends for a couple of Friday after-work drinks, and a guy approached me. He was there with some friends too. He looked slightly familiar, but I hadn't met him before. He seemed friendly enough, and he asked me, my name, right? Like her OP's name. I think I must have given him a confused look because he followed up with, I'm Jake, I work with Josh. I realized that I recognized him from some photos on my husband's phone. I don't use social media except for a private Instagram, so I'm not sure if he posted the photos anywhere. But we've got a very trusting relationship, so I look in his photos sometimes. Don't hate me. This is where it gets a bit embarrassing. I'm a bit socially awkward, and so I struggled to end the conversation, but he just kept talking to me. I guess he was already a couple of beers deep. But while he was talking, he said something like, "It's great that you guys are still so close. I haven't talked to my brother in ages." At the time, I was like, huh? But I just assumed he was drunk and not making sense, so I ignored it. He started to get a little flirty, so I turned to my friends and we left shortly after that. I didn't say anything to them about it, and it didn't seem like a big deal to me. I also decided not to tell my husband that I had met his coworker, Jake. Not to hide it, but because I figured the guy wouldn't even remember talking to me, and I didn't want to make it awkward for Josh at work by telling him his colleague tried to hit on me.
Yeah.
I just thought, no harm, no foul. But yesterday morning, I was out walking our dog, Monty. He's a cross between a few breeds and has very unique markings. This matters, I promise. And was on my way to my regular cafe, which is in town. I was waiting in line to order, and the guy in front was an older man. He got his coffee and turned around, but stopped and looked at my dog and goes, "Hello, Monty." Monty was super excited to see him, apparently. And so I guessed that the guy was another colleague of Josh's because Josh brings the dog to the office a couple times a week. I thought it was sweet, to be honest, so I smiled at him and said hi. He introduced himself. I guessed correctly that he was a colleague. But then he said something like, "Aren't you a good sister?" walking his dog for him. I was so confused that I didn't even know how to react at first, so I stumbled on my words and just said, "It's my dog." I regret it, but I genuinely couldn't bring myself to correct him and say that I'm Josh's wife and not his sister. It was just too awkward, and I just wanted to leave because I think it was suddenly dawning on me what might have been going on. He asked me something about sharing a dog, but I was able to escape the conversation by being next in line to order my coffee, and he left. I seriously don't know what to do because what the do I even ask my husband about this?
you confront
Part of me is
the
just
colleague
assuming
first.
or hoping that it's a mistake, that he doesn't talk about me much
I'm
at
scared
work,
that
and
the
they assume we
husband
are related because we
is
both have
gonna
brown hair.
lie.
But the thought that he has been telling his coworkers that I'm his sister, and evidently they have seen what I look like, so they must have seen photos, makes my stomach churn. I don't even know how I would broach the subject with him. I need some help. What would you guys do in this situation? I've only told one friend what happened because it's so weird and embarrassing, and she jumped straight to time to plot his downfall because she's my ride or die. Love her. But I don't want to immediately assume the worst or ruin my marriage over something that could be nothing. I'm sorry for the long and rambling post, but I would really appreciate any and all advice.
6 years of marriage.
He's planning on or is currently cheating on you.
Yep.
You think so?
Yeah. Because otherwise, why would you be? It's like, it's a way to be like, oh, that lady, yeah, she's my sister, not my wife.
Yeah.
So that he can play single at work. with
Yeah,
the-
it feels like I can't think of any other
I
explanation.
cannot think of any other explanation.
This to me is it's such a made up one.
You think it's made up?
I think this is so false. I think we run into these, you know, I haven't seen one in a while that for me was like ding 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 alarm, but like this one has so many details of like, well, this guy said it and it was kind of crazy and I kind of thought he was drunk, so I didn't think any of it. But then I didn't tell it to my husband because I didn't want to say that he was hitting on me.
It's too
anyway,
novelly.
the dog thing it's too novelly, and the guy turns around, well, hello, Monty. If I saw a dog, I don't care how specific the markings, I'd be like, I'm so sorry, is this Monty? Oh my God, Josh brings him into work all the time. You must be such and such. Hi.
Right.
But like, oh, hello, Monty. You're his sister. Like, and also like,
Okay.
I've never met him for
That's a good
years. I
point.
don't know any of his coworkers.
That's a good
Then
point.
2 in
Oh my
1 week
God.
just happened at the
That's-
coffee
That's a
shop.
good
Yeah.
point.
So good news, you're not being cheated on because you're not
HW, thank you for the 180.
You don't
She's
exist.
like, what?
Thank you for the 180.
A couple comments. Walk up to him and ask directly, why are you telling your colleagues that I'm your sister? Sorry, but this is nothing. Sorry, but this is nothing where you beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Someone else said, I agree. This is not your shame to own. Do not be embarrassed by someone else's actions. I understand why you may feel that way. Perhaps in the back of your mind, you think you should have met with them from the beginning. That's just not the case. I work remotely. When I'm in the office and someone sees a picture on my phone or something, I make it clear that's my partner. I also don't want anyone getting the idea that I'm not attached. Your husband is asking for trouble in both camps.
Yep.
This shame is his alone.
Or she could like pull some prank where she could be like, hey, brother.
It's
Like make him go like, whoa.
It's unfortunate my brain goes to, if it's not revealed that he's cheating, then I think I'd also think it's a fake story. Like if this has some sort of
Yeah.
positive twist, I'm gonna be like, I don't know if this is real. But maybe that's my own messed up biases.
Yeah, you're so messed up.
Yeah. Dude, you're dark twisted from the twisted mind.
Crazy bones are just normal bones to a twisted freak like me.
Update, and this update has been edited for time because
Okay.
it's a long one.
All right, let's
see
hear
what's
it.
going on. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you for the overwhelming amount of support and advice. I'm blown away, and it really means a lot and has kept me grounded. I'll just get right into it. On Saturday morning, I woke up earlier than my husband. He was very hungover, so he was sleeping like a rock. But you guys will be proud of me because I followed some advice and decided to look through his phone properly while he was sleeping. I have been on his phone so often just pissing around on it that I had never thought to check anything very deeply. I know his passcode by heart. I checked all the expected things like Instagram DMs, Facebook Messenger, his iMessages, etc., and I didn't find anything that set off alarm bells to me. But I know from some comments that people who are cheating are good at covering their tracks and hiding messages, so I kept looking around. I saw he had a folder called Work, and so I looked in there, and he had a couple of Microsoft apps, Outlook, Authenticator, OneNote, etc., but he also had MS Teams. So I opened that up and had a look around. It did feel like I might have been breaking laws looking at his work messages, but I obviously had to. Anyway, I was already upset to see that he had a bunch of one-on-one chats with several female coworkers, which at first glance is obviously not an issue because everyone works with people of the opposite gender and are required to communicate with them. But a couple of them were vaguely flirty, nothing I would call egregious, but there would be the occasional message between them with some
welcome back,
playful
Mango.
innuendo or
Back, made some coffee. Oh, isn't it like morning over there?
wink
Anxiety.
emoji.
We're
These
at our
upset me,
last story.
obviously, and they did
Oh,
send
second
me
last
into a bit of a
story.
spiral, but I didn't find anything that suggested he was having an out-and-out affair with any of them. Still, I followed someone's suggestions of screenshotting the messages and I airdropped them to myself. I still wanted some evidence of the lie, though. Some proof of Josh telling someone that I was his sister directly. A commenter suggested that I go through his messages and search for the keyword sister.
9 a.m.
I wanted to reply to your
Nice.
comment and say thank you for the idea, but the post was locked. so I couldn't, but thank you. So I searched for sis on MS Teams, hoping to find results for both sister and sis. A bunch of messages from all hands group chats or one-on-one chats came up from other people, all unrelated about their own sisters or whatever. But my heart dropped out of my ass, LOL, when I saw there was a direct message from Jake.
Should have plugged it.
Oh,
You need Legos.
Get some Duplos. It's a big one.
But my heart dropped out of my ass when I saw there was a direct message from Jake, the guy from the bar, to Josh from a Monday a few months ago. Jake's messages said, ran into your sis at the bar on Friday. She's single, right? And my husband had the gall to reply, nah, she's married. I literally almost burst into flames on the spot when I saw that. I can't even describe how much I was shaking after reading those messages. Firstly, that I could have confronted Josh about this months ago. I was and still am so furious with myself for that. Josh would have been praying I didn't remember meeting Jake or that I wouldn't mention it, and he would have been counting his lucky stars that I never did. He probably thought he was hot shit for getting away with that, and I nearly burnt a hole through the floor thinking about it, LOL. But secondly, I was just in shock that he had the balls to tell this guy that I'm the one
I
who was...
really like how she talks of, like, she describes it. Favorite breakfast? Ooh, that's a good question. I love breakfast. I would say breakfast or brunch is my favorite meal of the day. So anything that has, like, you know, some bacon, scrambled eggs, pancakes, hash browns. I think hash browns really make a good breakfast. I love hash browns.
married because he doesn't want anyone having it on with me, but he is allowed to coyly flirt with every woman in the office. Anyway, I kept going back through the search results on his MS Teams, and eventually I got as far back as 2-ish years ago, and I did in fact find a message from Josh himself to a group chat. It said me and sis in Nusa Dua. I clicked on that and saw that he had sent it alongside a bunch of photos of him and I from our holiday to Bali. We went to Bali for our 2nd anniversary. I thought he probably chose those photos because he's shirtless and had been working out, so he looked hot in all of them. I was in tears seeing all of this, obviously. I took screenshots of those too and airdropped all of the screenshots to myself. Needless to say, I was devastated, and still am, to see all of that. I am still struggling to even process it at all. But that all happened on Saturday morning, and I immediately took myself to my friend's house. I'll call her Sophie. I went to her place to cry it out and show her what I found, and she was extremely supportive and probably more furious than me, LOL. At around 1:30 p.m., I got a phone call from Josh, and I hung it up immediately. He sent me a few messages along the lines of, "Where are you, baby?" and I'm ordering food, want some? Sad not to wake up next to you this morning. Sunday morning, I woke up feeling more angry than sad, so I opened my phone and finally replied to his messages. Coming home now, need to talk. I kept it cryptic to make him squirm, to be honest. Because I was/am fraught with emotions, I can't remember the entire conversation word for word, but I'll try to replay it as best I can. Long story short, I got home and he tried to hug me, but I refused him, and we just stood in the kitchen. I did confront him like someone suggested. I just said, "Why have you been telling your coworkers I'm your sister?" I wish it would have been like a movie scene where the color drained from his face or he immediately looked like a deer in headlights, but he didn't. It was like he had been girding himself for this confrontation for a while because he just frowned at me and looked flabbergasted. He just said, "Huh?" This made me so angry. How are you going to pretend to be stupid after 3 years of lying? I basically said, "Don't play dumb. 2 of your coworkers have greeted me as your sister, and I have proof of you telling them. And I know..."
Hash browns shuffled into scrambled eggs, slightly runny at the best. Dude, you're gonna make me hungry. Please don't do that. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. What did you have breakfast? What did you have for breakfast? Oh, I love a goodie. Like, I just love breakfast. It's just so good. I don't hate cereal, but I feel like cereal for breakfast is such like a sad cold breakfast, especially when you could be having like scrambled eggs, omelets, pancakes, hash browns.
Oh, you're pretending to be single. Essentially, I asked him what he had to say for himself. He still played stupid. He became moderately defensive and just kept saying, "I don't know what you're talking about," or "Why would I lie about you?" I cannot describe how furious I was at this point, but I was in tears. I always cry when I'm angry. So he was trying to comfort me as if I was having some kind of irrational breakdown. I showed him the screenshot of his message saying, "Me and sis," and I said something like, "You tell me." He just said, "I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm confused."
Dude, he's a gaslighter! The audacity! He could have been like, she should have said like, "I met your friends. I met your colleagues."
So angry that
leftover Persian food for breakfast, another part of diversity. Ooh. What Persian food? I've only had Persian food once, and it was so many years ago. I kind of want to get it again, but I had Persian food because my Persian bestie made me food. So I don't really know any Persian establishments to get food.
I left again and went back to Sophie's because it felt like a dead-end road. At like 8:30ish, he called me again and I did pick up. He basically asked for us to talk and he said he had some things to say. So I went back to our apartment. He had written out a bunch of stuff on a piece of paper as if he had prepared a speech and sat me down on the couch. He asked me not to say anything while he was explaining himself. I'll write down the gist of what he said in bullet points. He started by apologizing relentlessly and admitting that he pretended to be stupid before because he couldn't immediately think of something to say for himself. He said that immediately after he started at his job, he realized the atmosphere was like a frat house. All of his team members were men in their 20s and 30s that were single and boys, his word. He noticed that the one guy in their team that was married would either get picked on or essentially excluded from any and all social interactions. That included getting lunch, inside jokes, going out on Friday, etc. These guys were friendly and welcoming to Josh, and he admitted that he was desperate to fit in with them. He hated feeling like fresh meat, so he was scared that saying he was married would alienate him from his coworkers, and at first just never mentioned that he was married. He said he did wear his wedding ring and that they had just never pointed it out. A few months in, they were all out drinking after work. He admitted that after one of his workmates saw a picture of him and I on his lock screen, they asked him who I was, and in a moment of panic, he said, "My sister." He was really apologetic at this point, and he was crying a lot. He couldn't even look at me, and he was just reading what he had written down. Anyway, he said that from then, he basically dug himself a deeper and deeper grave because they kept grilling him about me and wanting to see more pictures of me. He said he had let it go on too long and that he didn't have the balls to admit to the lie. He told me that he had never had an affair or even considered it, that the messages between him and his female colleagues were banter, and that it was commonplace to talk to people like that in the office. He also said he knows how disgusting it is that he is embarrassed to have been acting like a boy. Again, his words. He concluded his speech by apologizing again and said that he was disgusted with himself and ashamed that he had lied for so long, but felt like he had trapped himself and that he couldn't find a way to get himself out of it. He said he knows he could have confessed the truth to either his coworkers or to me at any point, but that he didn't because he was a coward. He said that he'll confess to his entire office that he lied and that I am his wife and not his sister if I want him to. He said that he will quit his job without a word if it would make him feel better, and that he hopes I can forgive him, but he understands if I can't. Right now, nothing feels real. I'm still dealing with the emotional whiplash from all.
For me, I would test him. I would be like, okay, quit right now. Go for it. He's not gonna do it. If he's too much of a coward to even admit that, like, that woman's his wife, there's no way he has the balls to quit his job. There's no way. And if he does have the balls to do that, it's like, screw you, I'm not supporting you. Because, I think even that explains, like, the sister thing. It doesn't justify his flirty messages of the female colleagues, you know.
All this, and I can't even keep food down or think about anything. I've taken the day off work, and Josh told me he's going to take off the whole week. Sophie and my other friends have told me not to make a decision on anything until my head is clear.
Yeah,
I spoke to my parents this morning, and my mom says it's just a bump in the road, but she and my dad adore Josh, so they're pretty biased, LOL. That's where I am right now. I'll take some time before I consider my next steps. I can't say whether I'm leaning towards forgiveness or divorce, but those are really the only options.
They need to go for marriage counseling or something. Like, he's got that PTO, I know, right? I don't know. What will you do? How do you guys feel about the situation? I feel like he's not trustworthy. 3 years is a long time. 3 years to maintain a lie like that for 3 years. It's like, and also it tells you that, like, you're not proud of your partner. You don't care for your partner. You don't. I would even dare say, like, you don't love your partner too. You know, it's just sad.
I kind of feel lost in a void at the moment. That's probably the best way to describe it, just emptiness. Thanks again for all of your advice and support. I'm truly so grateful. And having this place to write down.
And if they love your partner, I mean, like, I'm sure he loves her, but he doesn't love her enough to. Like, he cared more about fitting in at his workplace than he did about his wife. That one person that is like there for him, and I feel like that's really sad. I think that reflects a lot on the person too, because how you love your wife or your partner reflects a lot on how you view yourself, your marriage, your life as well. It's just, I don't know.
And all of my thoughts has
like
been
insecurity.
helpful to get my mind a little clearer. This will be my last update unless I make an edit to clear things up. All the best. Okay, so but if this is real,
Okay.
let's take this as a hypothetical.
Sure.
If anything. It's ridiculous. Like if
Yeah.
he's lying, like you either don't believe him or you believe him and you go, you really like would be willing to say that I'm your sister just to fit in with a bunch of shitty dudes.
Yeah.
It's not great either way.
No.
Yeah.
No. If it's real, then he's an absolute weenie. And like, I can't say whether it's, break up or stay with him, but they're describing themselves in like complete emptiness of void of thought. I'm like, well, you don't want a partner that's going to do that to you.
Right.
I feel like it's semi-justifiable sometimes. Like we can all get carried away with like, hey, everyone in the office loves to go on surfing trips. Do you want to come? It's like, yeah, I've always wanted to surf. And in reality, you're like, I kind of hate the sun, But I'm not going to be like, oh, that person, they're my mom, actually.
Yeah. Right.
It's kind of a lot.
No, this is ridiculous.
It does sound like
It's
a
ridiculous
fake
either way.
story.
The biggest shock could be that this person wrote a whole entire fake story.
They're the asshole.
That's a 10 out of 10 shock for me.
Yeah. That
If
might
you
be
wrote,
the
if you
biggest
wrote
shock.
this whole story,
Some people, it happens a lot on Reddit, and it's always a little mind-blowing to me because I'm like, you don't get anything out of it except for like anonymous attention.
That's
It's just
true.
like, okay,
Well.
like, all right.
It always
well,
reads like fanfic too to me. And again, like we don't have confirmation.
It's wordy,
but,
but it's not specific.
Yeah.
Like there's like, there's a lot of writing, but not many details.
There's like a layer of it just doesn't make sense how that would flow in reality,
Kind of thing.
okay, if it is real,
if it is real.
should she leave him?
Yeah.
It's a valuable.
That's a good question. I'm on the fence.
I
with that.
I
wouldn't
think
know.
I wouldn't be upset
I
at her
wouldn't
for leaving.
go
him for
straight
that.
to divorce, but I would definitely say he should be held accountable for his actions. Like you shouldn't just forgive him and let him go away scot-free.
I feel like they could work it out.
That's 3 years.
Maybe.
I think they could,
Maybe.
but I'm just saying if I'm the friend, if I'm a friend and I
Not
hear about that,
grovel,
I'd be
but,
like,
Yeah, I'd be
Rebuild that trust, girl. Have some self-respect.
I
like,
get that because now you're going to be questioning whether he's cheating or not.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's going to
You
be
have to
hard to
rebuild
believe
trust.
that lie.
Yeah.
You gotta
Like that's a
rebuild trust,
crazy
exactly.
huge lie to be telling a bunch of people
Jeez.
that she is not your wife.
Changes
Like
things
that's
forever.
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like, she said
And
they have a
it's just
trusting.
so sus. It's like you want to lie about our marriage just to appease some dudes that you're working with. You're just working with them, okay? It's not like they're financing your career or whatever. I don't know. It's just weird.
Relationship, and she would often go through his phone.
I would feel
But like,
really
I think when you
disrespected.
find a partner has downloaded something like Microsoft Teams, there's not really coming back from that. Like, you know what their intent is.
He's funny. He's funny.
I don't know. Clearly, this is the biggest. I'd feel weird about it. It's the biggest possible violation that could have happened for her. Like, only she can judge that. But like, yeah, this clearly hit her where it hurts, and
It's seeing a really ugly side of the person you care about. Do you still love someone who did you that dirty? Right? And I do believe in forgiveness and second chances, but it's like he wanted to take the secret with him to the grave. He wouldn't have told her if she didn't find out. And I think that's the nastiest part. The fact that they tried to. It wasn't just like, hey, I disrespected you and I feel bad about it, so I'm gonna confess it to you and ask you to forgive me. This is, I've disrespected you and I'm gonna continue to do it until I get caught because I believe that I won't get caught. And there's that level of pride where it's just so vile because it's like, it's a conscious decision you're making to maintain that kind of vibe. Like, is he sorry or is he sorry he got caught? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think Again, I don't know if divorce would be the right answer. I probably wouldn't advise divorce, but I would exercise discretion, and I would probably propose that, like, or like, he needs to prove that he is trustworthy. You know, like, there needs to be some action plan or steps to prove that, like, his sorry or apology is not just words.
I would certainly be bummed
'Cause
about
3
it.
years is
So
a
either
long
you go
time.
tit for tat and tell
3
everyone that
years, 3 years of like being backstabbed straight up.
he's actually your son and make him live with that for 2 years, or you break up.
Yeah,
Grab a brush, put a little makeup.
I agree.
10 out of 10 shocking. Just cause.
Just cause, why not?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
give it to it.
EDR style is what? Bow!
You're the most glorious dancer.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
that.
Love that.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
this has definitely been filled with shocks,
For sure.
no doubt.
For sure.
I think,
Surprises you.
I think the story that shocked me the most was definitely the Lego butt plug. That shocked me the most. The sister thing, I've heard this before. Like, I've read the Bible, so yeah, that's not new to me. But the butt plug, the Lego butt plug shocked me. I'm so surprised he didn't like tear his asshole. Because like the corners of Legos are pretty sharp, and like you could like tear your butt. Like, is he? Yeah. Like, anyway, that to me was the most shocking story. It's really late, and I do have work tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna find someone to raid. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Well, I don't know what story was the most shocking for you guys. What was the most shocking story for you guys? Oh no. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in and for just hanging out. I really appreciate it. And this was fun. This was nice. This was nice. Let's raid one little piranha. Oh shit. Whoop, wrong person. One little piranha. He's playing web fishing. Fun. Okay, I'm gonna crash. I need a crash for the night. Y'all have a good rest. Oh gosh, just wish me luck on Sunday. Not even Sunday, Friday. I have CG on Friday. But yeah, good night everyone, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. I stream every Monday at 8:30 p.m. GMT +8, or sometimes if I'm late, I stream at 9. I streamed at 9 today, so I was a bit late, but I stream once a week. So I'll see ya. Oyasumi nasai, minasan. Oyasumi. Mwah.